our new fellow and the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being once again. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, a couple of days back, a tailor friend of mine saw promotional material I put out for this program. And he then started engaging in a conversation on human rights. And actually told me that, asked me if I knew that the United Nations believes that water is sanitation as a human right. And I said, well, why shouldn't that be a human right? I said, well, we are not born with this thing. Human rights are things we are born with. So we are able to think, pray, and like share experiences that we can share today. And we sort of agree that for sanitation water, we need to work hard at it. We are not guaranteed these things because we are born and we are human beings, that we need to work at it. And I thought those conversations were quite rich. I'm sure today some of the conversations we're going to have as well elicit some of these responses. But the idea for another reason, and my duty here this morning is to introduce our fellow, Mr. Coleman, who has generously agreed to share his expertise with us at the mind. So Mr. Coleman was elected fellow of Imani from January 17, 2017. Although joins Imani for 22 years experience in leadership, human resource, and organizational development from the international development, profit and non-profit and public sector. Coleman has held senior leadership roles, including country director, Plan International Strategy, senior director of operations for World Vision, international director for West and Central Africa, and he has also provided oversight for grants and resource mobilization, humanitarian and emergency affairs, sponsorship, project management, quality assurance, gender advocacy campaigns, communications, strategy alignment, implementation and measurement. As Senior Director of Operations, he led the development of the 250 million water sanitation hygiene business plan across West and Central Africa. He also served as Regional Director with HR for World Vision, West and Central Africa. Coleman holds a bachelor's degree in political science and psychology from the University of Ghana, a Master of Philosophy degree in public administration from the University of Bergen, Norway, and a Master of Science in Industrial Relations from the London School of Economics. In 2016, he was awarded the International Non-Governmental Organization Leader of the Year by the Sierra Leonean government for the leadership and excellence in display during the Ebola crisis in that country. Although he's an adjunct lecturer in human resource management, international MBA program, International School of Management in Dakar, and is the editor-in-chief and member of the editorial board of the Pentecost University Business Journal. He is currently lead consultant for a major transformation process for World Vision International in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He is currently leading Imani's Africa's expansion in the Mano River region, and also add that he's a die-hard supporter of graduate students. I'm very proud of students of the body students. In fact, what you don't know is that himself and Kofi are the brains behind the problem that Ghana put at the food administration that is having in the Olympics. Without further ado, let me invite Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Frank. First of all, let me thank all former mates of the University of Ghana who are here in the house, as well as my colleagues from the Women's Commission who are also here in the house. And so few supporters of my parents who are also here. Including the area very much. Today is World Happiness Day. And the latest World Happiness report on confirms that Ghana ranked 108 out of 159. And we trailed Somalia and Nigeria. Now, the 6 main indicators measured under well-being were income, health, social support, freedom, trust, and democracy. I have no doubt that the poor state of our sanitation is a contributing factor to this very poor quality. Sanitation plays a vital role in preventing health care and quality of life. It is estimated that only about 30% of waste in Accra is taken out, leaving a whopping 70%, which is not credibly. According to UNICEF, Ghana ranks second after Sudan in open defecation in Africa, with 90% of the population resorting to sanitation practices deemed the unhealthiest and most dangerous. According to the UNDP study that looked at the economic impact of poor sanitation in Africa, Ghana loses $79 million annually due to open defecation.
That's right.
Approximately 90,000 Ghanaians, including 5,100 children, under the age of 5, die each year from diarrhea. 90% of the cases are directly related to poor water, sanitation, and hygiene. Ghana has lost many lives due to sanitation-related disasters. The recent one in 2015, when an explosion at a petrol station after a flood killed an estimated 150 people. In 2014, a cholera outbreak recorded about 22,000 cases and resulted in about 174 deaths. And this was the worst since 1982, according to the Ghana Health Service. Again, according to a report by Water Aid done in 2017, Ghana has about 85.7% of its population without decent toilet facilities. And with an estimated population of 39.6 million, this equals about 25.6 million people who experience and suffer the indignity of relieving themselves in the open or in unsafe, unhygienic toilets. Now listen to these statistics. According to USAID, Ghana in the next 20 to 30 years, there will be increased temperatures in Ghana because of climate change, which will range between 1.2 to 1.6 centigrade. So as the temperature gets warmer, there will be more evaporation and more clouds, leading to more extreme rains. Climate change will affect sanitation, livelihoods, rainfed agriculture, and energy security. This means things are going to get worse, and we are in a big war against waste and filth, and we need sustainable solutions. In many of the cities in the world, many of the clean cities in the advanced world, they don't do communal cleaning because the systems work. Communal cleaning is a sign of systems failure, and we must stop the focus on communal cleaning because it is not sustainable. We must solve the challenges from a system-wide organizational design approach. And in this lecture, I'm going to look at 5 main aspects from a system-wide perspective. I'll look at values and behaviors. I'll look at data and knowledge management. I'll look at operational excellence in terms of investing in technology and people. I'll look at the organizational model for organizing our sanitation systems and application of policies and practices. And I'll also look at leadership and culture. Now let me provide a brief overview of some of the institutional framework that we have. We have very extensive policy and institutional and legal frameworks to address our waste management challenges. Let me mention a few. We have the Local Government Act 462. We have the Environmental Sanitation Policy of 1999, which was revised in 2000 and 2010. We have the National Environmental Sanitation Strategy and Action Plan of 2010, and the Strategic Environmental Sanitation Investment Plan of 2012. The government has also announced a series of initiatives to address our poor state of sanitation. These include allocating 200 million Ghana cedis to resolve the legacy debts, working with the private sector to address waste management, and very recently the Ghana project, which I'm sure the mayor will also talk about. The African Ministers' Council on Water was also organized a conference in Durban in 2008. It was called the Itiponi Declaration, and Ghana was a signatory to that declaration. So we don't have lack of institutional frameworks for managing sanitation. Now let's talk about values and behaviors. Every society has to be built on shared values that define what is considered as fundamental truths and principles that the whole deal and will never compromise on, and we shape the is. And that sets up the basis for each other accountable. In Ghana, the lyrics of our national anthem are considered as one of the biggest sources of values that our Ghanaians will cherish. There are key values like boldness, true humility, honesty, etc. The chorus of the famous General Assassin, which is more or less an alternative national anthem, also states that whether or not this nation develops, clearly depends on the character of the citizens of the nation. For me, this represents the value of stewardship, which we must drive our mindset and behaviors. This is because the war against filth and waste will not yield the needed results if citizens also don't take responsibility and demonstrate the right character and boldness to ensure we live in the environment. Sanitation management requires joint accountability and responsibility from both citizens and right holders and government and duty bearers. Sanitation, just like security, begins with us individually, in the same way that we ought to be alert with our personal security. As a nation, we need to embed positive social norms, values, and beliefs that will reinforce healthy waste and sanitation practices. A good starting point will be to ensure that the values that reinforce cleanliness become integrated into our educational curriculum, and also our pastors should also preach about it, which is also very important.
Amen.
Now let's look at data and knowledge management. In 2012, the World Bank report estimated that Ghana loses $290 million annually into poor sanitation. And this also affects other sectors of the economy, such as tourism. Compare this to the fact that many people visit Sierra Leone because of the beautiful white beaches in River Okwai, our two. And the former Ghana High Commissioner to Sierra Leone this year, and he will confirm that. The service sector accounts for 49.5% of our GDP in 2013. So we can package cleanliness, and that can be a source of revenue for this country. Government has to invest in data management to provide accurate information to drive this change. So the question should be posed. For example, how many sewage systems do we have and how many are functioning? How many landfills do we have? And what are their state currently? Can they meet the increasing population growth in the big cities? How much waste is generated in Accra? What are the status of the various waste disposal agreements? And have we had funding for one? Now let's look at operational excellence, which more or less talks about investing in technology and people. Now, waste management requires treatment plants and landfill sites. Without these, there's no point collecting the waste in the first place. The technology and equipment to manage waste in a clean and efficient manner are highly capital intensive, as they must run 24 hours every day. According to a report by Imani in 2014, sanitation investment in Ghana was less than 0.1% of GDP. In 2015, it went up to 0.2% of GDP, which is still less than 0.5% that Ghana signed up to as part of the 80-20 declaration. The amendment of the Customs and Excise Act in 2013 passed by Parliament determined an excise duty of 10% of the ex-factory price on imported plastics and products. The law indicates that not less than 50% of the revenue accruing under this tax should be paid into a fund designated as the Plastic Waste Recycling Fund. By Imani's record, an estimated amount of 265 million Ghana cedis have been realized since the introduction of the excise duty, and has the potential of providing the country 950,000 new degrees. A key solution towards resolving the sanitation problem is to ask government to explain how the Plastic Waste Recycling Fund has been used 4 years since the passing of this law, and to what extent it has been applied towards tackling the challenges with waste management in Ghana. There are a few significant private sector players who are contributing towards this fight. Therefore, investing in the right technology with the right people with the right skills will also be very crucial in the process. I'm aware that through Lion and the Family Informal University of Science and Technology have established the African Institute of Waste Management to build capacity and expertise in waste management. This must be seen as a national treasure to leverage so that it contributes towards building core capabilities in the sector. Because for us, in Imani, we believe that private resource is also national resource. So we need to invest. Government also has to build partnership with integrity-driven actors from the private sector. Integrity-driven actors from the private sector to win the war against waste and fraud. Operational excellence also requires investing in research to support new technologies and approaches in waste management. There are many promising low-cost, high-impact innovations, such as alternating twin ventilated latrines, the Fossa Alterna, and EcoSan, the Aboru flush toilets. For example, for rural and urban households without individual water connections, there are new technologies on waterless excreta disposal solutions, which also promotes the use of hand washing. So government must strengthen the capacity of the Ghana Standard Board to play an active role in the standardization of sanitation technologies in line with environmental quality standards. Now let's look at the organizational model. For me, I think as an HR president, a very weak organizational model also accounts for some of the paralysis in decision making with respect to waste management in Ghana. There are 4 key factors that I want to mention. Firstly, the way the delivery of technical and support service expertise has been organized facilitates bureaucracy and does not help to clarify decision space and decision mandate of the key actors and structures. So there must be clarity on decision space and decision mandate of all the key actors involved in sanitation management. Secondly, there must be more clarity on separation of roles and checks and balances between the various actors. Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Community Water and Sanitation Agency, the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Works and Houses, etc., to coordinate resources, efforts, and expertise. We think in a manner that the responsibility and accountability for sanitation must be vested at a decentralized level. And personally, I agree with the minister when he says that the job of the minister is not to clean waste. It is the responsibility of the decentralized agencies to do that, and not the minister. Thirdly, there is also need to focus on building the right strategic partnership with NGOs, the private sector, faith-based organizations, and community-based leadership structures in the war against waste and fraud. Now let me talk about leadership and culture of accountability. I think to win the war against waste and fraud, Ghana needs strong, values-driven leaders who promote a culture of accountability across all the 3 levels of governance, whether at the national level, at the regional level, at the local government level, to ensure policy alignment in budgeting, planning, and measurement of results. We need leaders who consistently apply corrective action when performance expectations are not met by all actors involved in the waste management value chain. We need strong leadership that ensures enforcement of the various environmental regulations and laws on sanitation. And I'm aware the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, I think last week, started that process of taking legal action against those who are violating some of the sanitation laws. I think this must be sustained. Section 296 of the Criminal Offences Act and Section 56 of the Public Health Act are clear. So the laws are there. Let's enforce the laws. We also need leaders and assemblies who must have business acumen. I think now we need to have people at the assemblies who are entrepreneurial and who should stop relying on government funds alone. We need people who think out of the box. Because there's now donor fatigue in the sanitation sector. Donors have become tired because there's a lot of corruption in that sector. So if you are sitting there waiting for donor support, you will not solve the problem. Let's have people with business acumen who are entrepreneurial, who are innovative, who are ready to take risks and support them to run our assemblies. Recently, we've also seen situations where people are asked to clean the environment. But for me, as an HR person, I think if you ask teachers, civil servants, doctors, nurses, engineers to clean gutters, this is a complete misapplication of human resources. Thank you. When we have millions of unemployed youth and laborers. Mr. President, please set clear performance targets for all the key leaders in the sanitation value chain and fire those who don't meet expectations. Mr. President, if you are listening, please fire those who misapply our resources and turn them over to the office of the special prosecutor. Now let me conclude. Let me conclude with the famous Rwanda model, which is is touted as a best practice for environmental cleanliness in Africa. In 2008, the government of Rwanda banned non-biodegradable plastic.
Yes.
In Rwanda, littering is not an option. It's not an option. Plastic bags are illegal and confiscated at the point of entry. In Rwanda, the laws are enforced. The sanitation policy of Rwanda 2016 also embeds key principles such as cost recovery, private sector participation, gender and child protection, as well as behavior change. So it's a holistic approach. Sustainable cleanliness is a combination of holistic discipline in mindset, systems, and leadership. A clean Ghana should be a priority for all of us. The war against filth and waste can be sustainably won if we adopt a system-wide organizational design approach, which focuses on values and behaviors, data and knowledge management, operational excellence, the organizational model, and leadership and culture. We need discipline from government, we need discipline from the private sector, we need discipline from citizens in order to win the war against filth and waste. Let's create a Ghana beyond poverty.
I'm going to invite the panelists up here now. And like I said today, we are low on protocol. We're going to try and go straight. And then I'll set the tone. I'll make a few remarks to set the tone. Each of them will have some time to tell us what, in their view, is the solution, or should be, or they suggest to be the solution. After they are done, we'll open the floor. There are people here who are making notes. Now, it's a verbal jostling session. So hear them, and if it's time to question, let's all question them. We will try and distill the points from the discussions that we're going to have. So at this point, it's my pleasure to invite the Honorable Joseph Kofi Ada, the Minister of Sanitation, to please take his seat up here. And also to invite Mr. Mohamed Yusuf, please come up, the Mayor of Accra. This is the man in charge of water border.
Not really, not really.
And then we have Mr. Joseph Sian Ichapong, Chairman of ESPA and DIY. And then Mr. Manasseh Asuri, an investigative journalist who joins us. I will be there moderating, but the rest of you are part of this discussion. I'm told that the Embassy of Benin is represented here, the Danish Embassy is here, and members of Parliament also represented here. We have also Mr. Andrew Banks, the Australian High Commissioner here. You're all welcome. So my comments are simple. Ghana's sanitation strategy has failed. The reason why it failed is because our leaders have failed. They failed at the simple task of cleaning this country. It has not been because of the lack of funds. It has not been because of the lack of expertise. It's simply been because of corruption, mismanagement, just plain incompetence and managing this issue. We've thrown millions of dollars at this problem, and we are still seeing it fail. We are not the people incapable of the intellectual wherewithal to deal with sanitation. And we have teeming youth and all kinds of people we can apply to this problem. We have in this country a multinational built on sanitation. I don't see why we can't clean this country. I think going forward, and by the way, the speech was the end of a recitation of the problems. What we want is an idea of the solution. You heard how much we spend in terms of our own budget on sanitation. Too little. We spend quite a bit of donor money also on sanitation. By the end of this day, we need to get a sense of how much we should commit to sanitation as a government. That budget must be clear. In management study, they will tell you that a plan without a budget is nothing. So we need to clarify on that issue. We need to clarify, and this has to be done not by the Minister of Sanitation or the Ministry of Sanitation, but by the district, metropolitan assemblies. They are the people in charge of cleaning. We need to hear from them how they will deal with this matter. Okay. Part of the reason why our sanitation strategy has failed also is because we have designed it not to succeed. That is another way of saying that we don't have systems capable of taking care of our sanitation problem. Accra is not designed to be clean. And that's the systems that we were speaking about when we spoke, you heard in the speech, that this city doesn't have dustbins. This city doesn't have good, reliable, effective systems for evacuating waste. We are not dirtier than people in the US. We don't generate more waste than people in other places. But in those places, we all look, we all see, we know what they do. It's generated, it's clean, it's treated, and it's disposed of. We don't have the systems. I don't know how we expect that things will work when the system don't exist. We spent over $50 million in the holiday alone. And this is not just my mind. The holiday alone and Akabolushi are almost one of the 10 most polluted places on this planet. Google it now. I'm not proud of it, but the point I want to make is, how do we spend $50 million on 2 kilometers of riverfront and still end up with the most polluted place in this country? These men should tell us, and it should give us ideas for going forward. Now, this is why we are here. There is a citizen revolution going on in Ghana, and I've still said it this week. That citizen revolution works this way. We trust our politicians to work and do what we need them to do, and invariably they fail. In the past, when they fail, we overthrow them violently and shoot some of them. And we end up in revolutions. We learn from this, the revolutions don't work. People who shot people in the voice. So we carry back into democracy. And we realize the same politicians come back. Come up for our votes, we put them in office. They take all the text of their office and then they take the excuse they don't know work. So you have a citizen revolution now going on, and you can see that civil society organizations, citizens now get up and start leading politicians to do what they should have done anyway. We've been quiet about sanitation for decades. When Imani started conceiving this idea about taking on sanitation this year as a think tank, that was last year actually. We didn't know other people were thinking about the same thing. But all of a sudden, you see everybody speaking about it. And here's my notice to the politicians. We are sick and tired of you guys doing your jobs. And that is why we started talking about this thing now. And we are dead serious. People are dying from cholera. Cholera is when people eat other people's feces.
Yep.
You can spend millions of dollars and still not clean this town. Accra is the smallest place in the world. It's a very small place. So the reason why citizens are this point, they are here today and talking about this, we are just tired of it. I bet you, if we call for a massive demonstration against this government on sanitation, we will get people to come. So take this seriously and tell us what you are going to do. Where is the money on the plastic waste recycling fund? Where is the money? What has happened to all the money? Right, I am told you are enjoying. Okay. Well, so where is all the money? And one of the things we want to agree on here, we said that the sanitation strategy has failed, and we should explain how. We think that by and large, sanitation is a public-private enterprise. It can be privately funded and publicly executed, which is to say, you pay for the waste directly. And then the government or the city authorities can arrange for someone to come and take the thing. You pay, they take. Sometimes you can be publicly funded. The government will pay the waste collector to come and take your waste. Sometimes too, you can have a situation where it is a situation where it's privately funded and privately executed. So, Mayor doesn't worry about that. He makes Zoom an expert. That's why he's environmental services provided, all of them. You pay to them directly, they evacuate the waste directly. And then the mayor also makes the evacuate waste from other places. We are not hearing clearly what ideas we have, and we need to understand them now and start working towards them. Because we see all kinds of things thrown out. Today, please explain these things for us. What I think we need to leave here with is some clarity on what government will do, what we as citizens must do, what the people operating in the sanitation area must do. But at the end of the day, we must not end up in a situation where we throw up our hands and behave as if we cannot win this fight. We will have to win this fight. On this note, therefore, on the order as it is, I'd like to invite the participants to give us their remarks. And after the remarks, we will have our discussion and make our votes. It's my pleasure, therefore, to invite you, I think you're from there. Please, the mics. I'd like Honorable Joa to speak first. We are giving everybody 10 minutes to 5 minutes extra, if possible. And we want to hear the solution so we can carry the solution. So, Honorable Joa, you can start.
Thank you very much. Let me go and simplify it for all of us. Put it all under the organizational model which has all the key things back together. The internal values from data, other things that need to ensure that our comprehensive holistic solution become is really what we should do. Many didn't quite understand that this is the way that man is trying to get this put together. We've never had a sanitation issue, dedicated sanitation issue or Washington. Today, the president of the land has decided that what the previous presidents have done, the orders going down to establish the global market, from 4 bringing the sanitation module and the youth employment program, John bringing the sanitation day. It's realized that it's important for us to have the clean industry look at its comprehensive. And being charged with that sector's responsibility, I think it's the best way to do this in terms of the organization approach. And that's the way we're working with it. So really, from our policy point of view, it's been a question of how we manage the resources. Waste is no longer rubbish, not something to sell. It's potential for value added product come out with this, value added services come out with this. So from our policy point of view, somebody indicated that resource, which is waste, should be managed from a waste management organization point of view to add value to our lives, and to dispose of responsibly that will benefit society. And then the manage sustainable finance to ensure that we're able to carry this through. Over a period of time, indeed, I would say perpetuity, because we generate waste every day as we live our lives, and so must we begin to work on that. And that's why the president said that every day should be sanitation day. We generate waste every day, so we should keep every day. Indeed, every day that we generate waste, we should keep. So these are some of the key elements of policy correction that we should look at. How do we finance that? We should look at all the mechanisms that exist. Whether we tax it, whether we allocate money from the use of grants, whether we collect money from the households, how do we apply all this together and make it a comprehensive sanitation sustainable fund that will now drive the whole solution that we all expect to come to us in terms of the benefit that we should get from our society. As the capacity existed in the past, going back to the transition model, we have found that capacity. Why? Because resources have spread to our government as part of battle with the environmental health and sanitation directive. That was the use of health before. Now it's time to begin industry where it's going to the one that we before. So how do we set up the structure? The organization development is important. Within the ministry, after the ministry, we're just about 4 people to handle this huge mission. How do you put the data systems together? How do you get all of the financing analysis done and justify the use of funds to do where you need to allocate? How do you effectively monitor what is going on in the local level? All these are areas of consideration that we should put together in a comprehensive approach to delivering the solution in this country. And so in that effort, we've been able to put together a sector-wide strategic approach to address the matter. We've been able to come up with various proposals or initiatives in terms of policy direction for National Sanitation Authority, in terms of recommendations on how the Sustainable Sanitation Fund should be balanced. And also, while we do that, how do we really support the local authorities to ensure that they're able to carry their work in their respective areas. Overarching all of that is the sanitation aspect that we do, waste utilization. It is our policy that waste should not end up as being part of the landfill site anymore. It should recycle. It should convert into compost. It should be spread into energy. All these are things that tell us that there's value in waste, there's value in water. Let's say there's also money in water. If not, there's money or cash in water. Mr. Japan will not be in business. And so all these things are being looked at comprehensively from our point of view to ensure that they're able to bring a permanent solution to this problem. For you and I, as individuals, which individuals, what should we be doing? Statements are made here about our responsibilities as individuals. That have to take the area chief executive or any other chief executive to come carry the work behind us. If we're able to transform attitudes, it get us to a level where we responsibly take banana peels and put in the plastic bag or whatever little bag that we have and carry to where it should be disposed. If we're able to solve the waste at source and are able to get the service provider to collect the waste and dispose of it where it should be, if we're able to construct material competency where the waste is going to be sorted out even further and then sent to organic process plant or incinerators for energy or to recycling plant, then we know that we have a way to constantly clean up our environment and then turning this resource into value-added resource that should benefit society. For us in the ministry, we think we've had a whole year consulting all of our stakeholders, to engage them, to solicit ideas, to put them all into what we will call really broad approach to bring a solution to this matter. It's a big impact measures which we provide that will take within 1 year to can bring a solution to this problem in the shortest time. Then we have a medium-term 4-year program within which we should rev up all of our efforts and build the capacity, all the places where we need to build capacity, to ensure that every player is plays their part and ensure that we're able to deliver on this matter. The long term, the 30-year master plan that combines solid liquid waste and even the drainage into a blueprint that can be now mimicked as well nationwide. Every municipality, every metropolitan area can now look at what we're doing for the greater Accra area and say this should be the roadmap, the blueprint for every municipality everywhere. So these are strategic documents that we have prepared to guide us through. We are poised in the ministry to be able to deliver. There's so much that we've done. I must say also that because of the interest of the president sector and the political will that he has shown by creating this ministry, and also demonstrated through the allocation of 200 million for the start, by $2 million. I don't think the idea in this allocation is for us to be dependent on development partners all of our lives to solve our problems. We're talking about going beyond aid, beyond aid. But for now, I must add that the first year of the administration of Nana Adaba, we, the newly born ministry, without a capacity, were the only ministry in this nation to represent 4 credit facilities through Parliament. 3 credit, 1 grant through Parliament. We are the only ministry that's able to do that, which means that we can mobilize the resources to be able to deliver. We can organize ourselves, plan the structure to ensure that we launch the full approach to solve the problems of this country. As we speak, we are forced the ministry to go out there and bring results. The attitude of Ghanaians on what should the minister be doing, I think that matter should be addressed by the court. But if you don't go out there, getting the gutters and waters done, sweeping the streets, the ministers don't work. The organization once again comes to play. It does not set properly, then you don't get results. So we are part of the state. In the beginning, with the clean up, the chief executive has been doing, but from the ministry, leadership by example, we thought we should start with the government business districts.
ministerial inquiry to make sure that whoever is coming through business in the government agencies sees a clean environment. That tells us that if you're carrying that message home, you should also do your job. It's a lot more we can talk about. I think the beauty of our meeting today here is for me to be able to say, okay, the idea is for you all to speak to think and better improve the quality and direction of government and further strengthen the strategic operations of our ministry. Thank you very much for your question.
Okay, Honorable, thank you. But please keep the mic for a while. Keep it for a while. I was giving you time to say more, but I didn't find clearly what you would do.
Good.
That's one.
Do.
I didn't find clearly. Today we are looking for solutions. I didn't find clearly what you would do. And I think that you need to answer this question for us. The question I think you need to answer for us is, what value does the Ministry of Sanitation bring to this problem? And I speak for many people who think that indeed your ministry can be done away with for two reasons. The work is at the districts, and if they don't work, you don't mean anything. Now, if they also work, you don't mean anything. So the question is, what value does your ministry bring to this problem? What will you do which adds to the issue? Let me just add this on and you deal with it. When you form a ministry, you have to form an authority, and then you have to form, another body to execute. You are adding to the number of people, bodies, to be paid to deal with this work. Already, talking about National Sanitation Authority, I definitely believe we don't need it. And I don't think we should add to the number of bureaucrats talking around sanitation. So, what value will you bring? What will you do? And how do you justify this huge new government bureaucracy for sanitation?
My question to you would be, who monitors, who sets the standards, who oversees the implementation, who reports to them, who formulates the policy? That every
answer is the
local
government ministry.
No, it cannot necessarily be local government ministry. Local government ministry is directly responsible for local administration, administrative services. Is the local government ministry responsible for education? Is it responsible for health? Is it responsible for forestry, agriculture?
It is responsible for
There's a
sanitation.
second ministry for education. There's a second ministry for health. There's a second ministry for agriculture. Which set policies and sets of information that will be implemented by the designated officers and the local government. I think that's why the president has sent the presentation for us to give the strategic direction on this one. This environmental health and sanitation director has existed as an indicator from the Minister of Health to the local communities. They were marginalized for a long time and put in the corner. Nobody knew this.
Hold on.
The more or less
Okay, the second one when we get to the discussion. Until your ministry was formed, they had that job. They failed at that job. So the question is, why don't you fail at that job? The local government ministry.
Well, you said you should be back there. Should you go back to business?
Well, so why don't we get them to work? We have not reduced the number of staff in that place. So why do we form a new ministry when all people go through it? I think the day to come over here.
All we need is to highlight and to build a capacity that's required.
But that's the with you. You don't control the district facilities like Mr. Sowaye, do you?
That's Minister of Education control the system.
No. The point is,
It's the same with
on sanitation, you can't
education as a function is there, health as a function is there, agriculture as a function is there.
the Ministry
That's
of
the
Hospitals. The Ministry of Health controls hospitals. You can't tell Mr. Sowaye what to do.
Yes, I can.
Well, he can ignore
I
it.
can tell you what to do in terms of sanitation policy of government, in terms of strategy, in terms of the result that should come out of that. So the officer responsible at the local level to oversee sanitation is the one should be directly in charge of that, to be able to roll out and not become a gopher or become an errand boy of the coordinating director or the chief executive. Can't do this and do that sort of thing. The education director at the local level is not at the beck and call of the district chief executive.
So can you give me
Health
targets?
director is not on the beck and call of the ministry.
Can you give me targets and who is responsible?
What we do, we should elevate the sanitation wing at the local level to a level where they are comparable to the directors of education, health, and agriculture to allow them to perform. That's what has been lacking over the years. So they've almost lost their self-esteem. Sitting in the corner, doing their own little things, only going to follow programs and run the house and not being allowed to work. So why don't we do the issue now? We are bringing that up. If we have a sanitation authority, we are strengthening the arms of the office and those local levels to be able to work directly with service providers or any other player at the local level. For them to do.
Good.
Without that, we're lost.
So we leave the rest of the debate to the starting time. But thank you very much, Mr. President. And you also
I also believe that what you said, I said that doesn't bring us. If I go back to the three key policy directions of government, the resource management, the capacity building, the sustainable finance, and we go to the details of each of these.
I believe we'll get to the time because we really need the details. It's time for us to hear Mr. Desoa. And Chief, I gave my boss here long time because he was talking plenty English. I wasn't getting the thing. If you go too far, I'll stop. So tell us what you will do. And by the way, let me ask you this.
Get to the point.
Do you report on sanitation to the Minister of Sanitation? My please.
Partly. And I think that it's a subject that we need to put it in a context of governance, because it exposes the weaknesses in the management of sanitation matter. And I was expecting.
You mean the subject of the sanitation ministry?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about governance, because I think I want to broaden the discussion a bit so that you will appreciate the subject matter. And I was expecting
Please go ahead with your statement. My Oliga colleague
to deal with these five issues that we raised. First of all, I think that when we are talking about sanitation, the WHO and the UN definition of sanitation is very key. I would like to talk about environmental sanitation.
Tell us what you do.
It's important to put the issues in the context.
You don't know the problem. We have to speak on the problems. So then,
What do we do?
yeah, so I think you sense what is coming from.
I think I have 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes. Go
Don't
ahead.
spare me like 10 minutes. When my 10 minutes is over, then you can solve it. Thank you very much, sir. So, it's important we put the issues in the proper context of dealing with environmental sanitation and not only sanitation. Because when you talk about environmental sanitation, there are complementary issues that brings to the fore. Talking about environmental sanitation, we're talking about solid waste, we're talking about liquid waste, we are talking about village system management, we are talking about greening and weeding of grasses and landscaping, we are also talking about management of cemeteries. All these are components of environmental sanitation. And each one of these plays a role. Because when you talk about only liquid waste or solid waste, and don't deal with the issues of trade management, which has been a big issue in this country, then you are tackling one side and you leave the other side. So in the forum like this, which you have a policy think tank, I think that is important to bring all the issues to bear and start dealing with the issues one by one. If you ask of me what the issues are, one in Accra at the moment, there's a challenge with collection of refuse. That's a fact. We haven't failed, but we have challenges, which we all admit. As I speak to you now, we have only one landfill site which is at home. And when I collect the waste from here, I have to go to home. The landfill sites operate like a civil service, 8 to 5 p.m. I collect the waste in the evening, I have to sleep with the waste, and in the morning I drive through the traffic like any other car to home and go and dump it and come. If we start the landfill site 24 hours operation, I can assure you that 50%
You make a note of that.
50% of our waste issues in the job, because we try to collect, but disposal is also a very big challenge. So when I have to drive from here to home, which is about 90 kilometers to 10 feet and come back, I cannot deal with the matter. We should also understand that there are jurisdictional matters. The landfill site is outside my jurisdiction. I don't control the landfill site. So during the Christmas holidays, I have to go and negotiate with the management with my own. Who controls it? Of course, now we have the Ministry of Sanitation. So I think that the Ministry of Sanitation is facilitating that attack.
Who controls it now?
Who controls it now? I'm saying that in terms of sanitation, you control it now. And you close 95. Sorry, how do you get that? Okay. If you don't do it for hours, and please excuse us, like I said, we'll be low on protocol. Okay, we need to see the issue. Is it open 24 hours? So, Chief, your problem is no longer there. Okay, you let me finish that. Just make a point, that the past there. Go ahead. Because the first time to dispose of your waste is in the evening where there's less traffic. So I have to drive through the traffic, and sometimes you get there, you have to either come back and the issues that are associated. Number two, we have accepted a model of engaging a private consultant or a private company for public policy, and through the YE. My information is that due to our indebtedness to them, they are also pretending as if they are on the streets, and we are also pretending as if we are working, and you can't find all of them on the streets, and for that matter, you can see the streets later. In every street, in every city, you will find people cleaning the city, whether it is clean or not. We should be able to find a solution to that problem. You should be able to. I don't control the YE. That's another point. That's why I have to deal with the issues. I'm bringing the issues for you to come to me. Okay. The YMCA is also an agency that has recruitment. They pay them, I don't pay them. If I'm the one who pays them, I will be taken to them. Quickly.
Our just said we don't have systems that can succeed. Do you agree?
Well, you have challenges, serious challenges with the system.
Accra is not that big. Mexico City is big.
If you're listening to me carefully, I started by talking about governance, which is a management. It's a critical issue that we need to deal with. If we don't deal with the governance matters and cut Accra into pieces like a pizza where everybody has a slice and is operating within the city, that's the kind of challenge we face. You don't like the YE arrangement. Sorry? You don't like that one. I don't like the YE. You don't like the YE arrangement. You don't have any power. Of course, I don't have power over them. But it should have to be that when the city there, you have to deal with it. But I don't have power over the YE. I don't control most of them who pay them. If I'm the one, if the money is given to me to pay them, I'll have total control over them. And I think that the better arrangement instead of solution is to give the money to the district assemblies so that they can also directly pay them. They have total control over them, and then we can be more accountable to the issue. The third issue is about our pollution based system. Over the years, the city authority concentration has been collection of solid waste from the communal centers. But by 2016, 1st September, we introduced the polluter based system. That was in the heat of the campaign. So we managed to be able to get the companies and then allotted zones to them. So in Accra, we have 15 zones and giving out the contract to 12 companies. So you have Zoom Domestic in charge of Ayawaso West, you have Asadu in charge of Abdulmanov, you have Jepura in charge of Clothing Kole and the rest. But this is a new policy. And I can also attest to the fact that prior to the introduction of policy, our waste collection capacity was around 25%. It has moved to about 75% in terms of collection of household waste. So, with the intensification of the polluter pay system, where we have to encourage the private companies to be able to collect the waste from the household level, will largely deal with the matter. We have challenges with this implementation, but we have to intensify the polluter pay system for the collection of it.
Please, just on that, please. You're talking about encouraging people to pay for the evacuation of their waste. I don't think there's a problem with that. I pay for the evacuation of my waste. The people don't pick it up.
I am saying that.
There should be a problem of that.
Why is that when the minister was talking, you allowed?
Because he's older. Because he's older. He's older.
No, what I'm saying is that challenge is that the companies that we have also given out the contract to, which I think is a 5-year contract, some of them do not have capacity, some of them are also finished. So if you go to like up to the West area where you have, another company that is also managing it, people come to complain that the company that is in charge also do not come to collect the waste also manage on time. So these are practical challenges that we have. But it is better than before. That is the point I'm trying to say. And I said that prior to the introduction of this policy arrangement, our waste collection capacity was around 25%. Today we are hitting about 75%. So we admit that there are challenges, but the fact remains that it is better than before.
And then members of expert, yes, I think members of expert, of course, yeah, all of them are members of expert, all right, including the chairman of expert, who is also in charge.
So that is also a very important matter we need to be able to deal with.
Okay.
The fourth issue is about enforcement, which falls also within the mandate of the city authority about enforcement. Because once you enforce, people will also comply. Our guest speaker alluded to the fact that just about a week ago we started enforcement. We have been encouraging the newspapers since I came. I've been doing enforcement where people go to court all the time and they are giving penalty fines all the time. That is part of it, and if you peruse it, you will see it properly. We have 2 sanitation courts in Accra at the moment, and one also at La. One is at Abeka and one is at Matobekoshi. We are not in good shape. So we source funding, which we are renovating the courts. There's also one which is uncompleted and settled. So we are targeting to have 5 sanitation courts so that these are dedicated courts, because when we send issues of this nature to the magistrate courts, they have our own technicalities which is too long. At the sanitation court, it's came to you come. Are you the one who down the refuse? You are the one that they look at you, we give you a fine, period, you go. There's no problem with that.
Why
so we have a sanitation court, which is very, very important.
Mr. I agree with your please, let's not be like that. See, you arrest the person, you take the person to court in process. Why can't you have a spot fine system? And if you refuse to pay the spot fine, then you proceed with the
spot fine issue. I think that I'm going to have to deal with. There's a big issue of spot fine. The police are looking for spot fine. All of us are looking for spot fine. I told you,
you don't have a bylaw for that to support that.
I'm telling you that whatever your bylaw cannot supersede the directive of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General Department is working on it. So spot fine is a big issue. The police are really looking for spot fine. So how we reduce the other subject also about enforcement is to make sure that at the household level, people also have dustbins. So once you don't have a dustbin at your house, it means that you don't dispose of your refuse properly, and you are prosecuting people along the line. Just a couple of months ago, we did decongestion. The decongestion has resulted in about the reduction of about 25 to 80% of the refuse which is generated within the city center alone. Because all the people that ply their trade on the streets and the pedestrian walkway also generate a lot of refuse, and then in the end they don't dispose it properly. So once you are pushing the people to the market, you have a central point where you'll be able to collect the waste also from there. So the enforcement is very important. Number 5. It's about retooling of the waste management department. Our waste management department don't have equipment. The truth of the matter to be able to go and collect. So we are largely relying on the private companies that we have engaged their services on the polluter basis to also offer some assistance when it comes to communal cleaning or evacuation of refuse. But that falls directly within our mandate, and it's important that we are able to retool our waste management department so that we can give proper attention. You go to a place like Lima, typical place like Lima, and you have central containers. The central container, why the guest speaker was talking, he made reference to the fact that when you have central containers, it's an indicative of failure in the system.
Communal,
of course, that's a central container. You have a central container.
No, he didn't say
Community. Yes. In any case, civil servant going to clean and the president is going to clean.
That's what he said.
That point. But when you have a challenge, like a community like Lima, where you can't find even a space to place your central container for them even to come and down. So we are forced to place the central container on the Kandam over highway. That's where all of us sit there when we drive our car, we see it, and then we call the mayor, the refuse there, the refuse there. But we are unable also to find a space also within the Lima proper for them to also dispose of the waste. It's a practical challenge that they have. However, when they are able to bring through our waste management department, we'll be able to collect the waste also very timely and very, very important. These are immediate things that we are supposed to do. I'm talking about now. The 24-hour operation at the landfill site, the interpretedness and how to deal with the public listening, which is very, very important, the intensification of the political system, and the retooling of the waste management. In the medium term, in city waste management, you can't collect the waste from the city and travel for about 90 kilometers to go and dispose of waste in town. It doesn't make economic sense to even the private collector, let alone even do that. So the setting up for the creation of the transfer stations, which is an intermediary withholding facility that you have a short around time to be able to go and dispose of your waste if you are able to collect it, and then it is their responsibility to also transfer the waste to its final disposal site, which is very, very critical. Currently, there's one at Achimota, which is owned by a private company, Zumba. Sometimes you have issues with the pricing as well over there. But that's very, very important. We need our 3 in Accra. Once we are able to have these 3 in Accra, we'll be able to deal with the issue about waste. The main issue in Accra is about collection. And I'm proposing systems that if we put in place, we'll be able to collect it. As for its final use at the landfill site, it's also another matter altogether. Because we talk about Accra, I don't know the whole of Accra. Just about a week ago, I've been able to give it to about 6 municipalities. So I mean, when you get to Ring Road, you cross Ring Road, you have entered into Ayawaso East municipality, you've entered into Ayawaso North municipality, Ablekuma West municipality in Asoma. So my jurisdiction is being shrink. A lot of people even see issues in Volcano and they call me. The way should be easier. It doesn't make it easier. The problem is about management and governance, which is what you are in charge of. And I'm telling you that, for instance, with the enforcement, why do I have to go and recruit young boys for Abaye to go through when you have the police there? Per MI 2180, it mandates the police as a body to be in charge of enforcement of all these violence.
What are your city guards for? No, please, the law gives you. You are the mayor of the city. The police have a job, but when it comes to mandating,
what is the police job? I'm putting what the police job is in LI 280.
I can explain it.
You have to address your mind.
But I'm pushing back on that because, Mayor,
yes, sir.
your city guards have a job to maintain the city. The police deal with crimes and things that are pseudo criminal. But when it comes to managing the city, who is working well, selling well, that's what the city guards
I'm telling you what the LI is. LI 2180.
So what are the city guards there for?
Then let's have the LI 2180 so that we don't make reference to it.
Do you have city guards?
I have city guards.
What are they for?
I have we are just with you. We don't have the numbers, but the police are there to also support us. And that's why the LI 2180 is right and the police should be in charge. So if the police is there and they are not being supportive enough, I think that is important to bring also that matter to the fore.
Somebody should ask me when we get to the site, what the city guards are for. The city guards. I'm giving you extra time.
And then it's also important for us in the medium term to have an engineering landfill site. At the moment, the landfill site is only where we go and down, and they are just spreading it and capping it. But government should, as a matter of tendency and the law, to landfill site and do that in the next 1.5 years. So I'm sure that the Ministry of Sanitation is working hard on it, so that we have an engineering landfill site, so that when we are able to collect our waste, we can be able to deal with the waste either by recycling, reusing it, compared to waste energy for all other things that we are supposed to use the waste for. These are very important things that we are supposed to deal with. But when I live in Accra, I can tell you for a fact that since I came, and also the issue of our liquid waste, we've spoken a lot about solid waste, the liquid waste. As I speak to you today, yes, in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, we recorded cholera outbreak that killed over 200 people and over 20,000. Investment had gone into management and treatment of fecal matter, and today we have excess capacity of treatment of liquid waste in Accra. The Mudo treatment plant is treating over 18,000 cubic meters. The Lavender Hill is treating over 2,000 cubic meters. Slanting has a that is also treating over 8,000 meters. And this is when you combine all, we have an excess capacity of treatment of liquid waste.
That is waste that is evaporated.
I need to put it.
No, that's a good point. Waste that is evaporated. The problem we have is waste that is not evaporated. Open defecation.
No, I'm talking about liquid waste.
Well, I understand, but the problem is beyond that. So I'm saying anything about that side too.
Yes, I'm going to the point of liquid waste.
Okay.
Then again on the
We
liquid
spent 20 minutes actually. So, but go ahead.
oftentimes when you have the all issues so now when you continue on liquid waste, the Accra being run at 730 years city is heavily weighted on oblivification and not on even solid waste largely and other matters that I speak of. So we need to put that issue also in context and see how we are addressing the issue about oblivification so that we can change our country. And I think that is important to talk about that. Today, in Accra and the Ghana area, through the support of the World Bank and being facilitated by the Ministry of Sanitation, we are still aggressively embarking on the one household, one toilet policy. When we came to by January 2017, the total cost was around 4,000 ounces, and the beneficiary is supposed to pay 2,000 ounces and has to pay 2,000 ounces. It has been further reduced 3 months ago to 1,100, and even in the low-income communities to 650 ounces. And even with that, if you start paying 50 ounces, we will start constructing for you. And we have built over 400 household toilets within the past 3 months. We have employed large-scale contractors because either two were using small-scale contractors. We have given contracts to large-scale contractors who will build more toilets because the subscription is going high. So each large-scale contractor is given to build a minimum of 400 toilets by the close of this month.
How many have you done so far?
Sorry?
Since you started, how many have you done so far?
I can only, if my memory serves me right, for the past 3 months, we built 400.
You built 400 in 3 months.
Yes.
So at that rate, by the end of the year, you have built like 1,200.
That is what it is. At that time, we were using small-scale contractors. Today, we have reassigned it to large-scale contractors to increase the numbers. So you are oversimplifying your mathematics. Exactly.
What is the goal for the year?
So talking about liquid waste, and where we are ranked at the 730th city and not even largely on solid waste and some other things. This is how we are dealing with it. And I'm saying that presently, as we speak now, we have excess capacity when it comes to the treatment of liquid waste. But we are focusing also on household waste because in the WHO and UNICEF report, when you have a communal toilet, they see it as a human and it's not dignified. So that's where they also put their weight on and then classify you as a tertiary city. But we are dealing with this matter in this way so that we'll be able to address some of these issues. So I've indicated to you what the environmental sanitation generally is about, And then I've also explained to you the immediate things that we are supposed to do, the long-term things that we are supposed to do. I've spent some time on liquid waste and deal extensively with solid waste. I can speak a little bit about cemetery. The cemetery is so let me finish by talking about the green part, because there are other aspects that I will talk about when it comes to environmental sanitation. Today, as I expect you to, when the president spoke about Accra being the place, in my opinion, I think that the president is talking about Accra being beautiful. And that's a key factor in environmental sanitation. So how do I make Accra very beautiful? My candid view is about all our open spaces must be green and landscaped properly. I have designed a program. I have gone out with there are many CEOs there, they will tell you how I have come there to do presentation to them, and I'm soliciting support from the private sector. I can tell you on authority today that there are many banks that have put big money, $1 million cities, 300,000 Ghana cities to that pot. And in the next couple of weeks, we are going to launch the Accra beautification project, which is going to build open spaces over here and have a central park also at another place. It's a whole project that we can talk about one day. So
you talk about dustbins and people not having dustbins. I know Manasseh has said something about dustbins. Do you have some of the undistributed dustbins in Accra?
Sure. I mean, I have dustbins. You see, you should also understand the culture and attitude of the people when they talk about it. When you place a dustbin, just even here, which you don't have houses, and you can still tell people far away from this place to bring their household waste and come and dump into it, it doesn't serve the purpose.
Why don't we have one per household or a few per communal, like compound houses? Why don't we have that?
That's what the polluter-based system is addressing.
Can we have that?
Sorry?
Can we have a situation where every household has a dustbin?
That's what we are already have. The one of the principle is that you should have a dustbin. And I'm saying that those who do not have dustbin,
Mayor, I'll be happy to just tell you that by the end of this year, every household in Accra will have a dustbin.
thank you very much. That's where we are working. That's where we are working.
That's one way. Well, the cost of not doing that is high.
But the cost, well, the minister has to. But the point is that in our cost element of it, the service provider who collects the waste, it is mandate also to give the dustbins at a cost to the beneficiary, and then they spread it over the period of time. The challenge that the service provider has is the fact that the household people are also not paying, so they are also running the business.
Now,
So
they charge them for
they-
collecting the waste, right?
Sorry?
They charge them for collecting the waste.
Yes.
So if they don't pay for the dustbin, they will not collect the waste. They collect the waste.
But it's not even the dustbin, even the waste. Even the waste. There are many houses that are also not paying. So that's why our environmental health officers are working.
When I get to answer, please, I want something on that. But please, because of that, let's go quickly. There is this point that was made here, and I think I need to spend a bit of time on it. Our new fellow said that communal cleaning, this thing about National Sanitation Day, this thing about getting officers, ministers, civil servants, doctors, teachers from behind their desks to come and clean streets and gutters is wrong. It is bad. It's an example of a failed system. Now, let me be clear, it's the position we hold at humanity. And our new fellow just made the point that stop it. Stop it, because every time we do that, we underline the fact that we are people not capable of putting together a corps of laborers to clean. The cost of getting a civil servant from behind their desk to go and sweep the streets is very high. And it's a misapplication of natural resources. If you put a doctor in a doctor to clean and he gets typhoid and dies, that's a waste of a lot of money. Presidents have jumped in gutters in this country for 30 years and those gutters are still not clean. Mr. Mayor, the reason why I'm directing to you is the general justice. I don't think that as a policy, we as a nation can continue to use communal cleaning as a major strategy for cleaning us. And so we think we should stop. I don't know what to think about that, but I want a few minutes of your time to tell me your view on this matter.
Well, thank you very much. I think that it is important for us to realize that the chief executives, the doctors, the professionals are all managing offices, public places, and their houses. All of us deals with sanitation issues in our respective offices and our houses. I'm sure half of the problem will also be solved. So I do not think that is a waste of time. It's a way of telling them to wake up that if you're a leader and you don't make sure that your surroundings is clean, then you will be compelled to I remember on that, and that's why we're here today. When we get to the discussion, you can let us know what you think. My job in my house is to make sure I have a waste bin and I put my waste in it. Your job is to arrange for it to be evacuated and I pay for it. The chief executive's job is to make sure there is a waste bin in that office where properly waste is put. And your job is to arrange the evacuation. It is not my job as a lecturer, not my job as vice president of Imani or as a lawyer, to leave my work and go and sweep the street. I think I pay you taxes, I think I pay what I need to pay. My hourly rate is not the same as the hourly rate of a laborer. I don't think this country has a lack of people who can go and clean streets, and your job is to arrange for them to do it. So I can do my job.
We don't oversimplify it.
I think that no, but we are on the phone. I don't oversimplify it. The point I'm trying to stress is that I largely agree that once you are a professional, you should be doing your work at that level. But it is your duty to make sure, and when you spoke about organizational management, how does the leader of that organization ensure that its officers and the environment is clean? And I'm saying that the directive, it is not to say that you should leave your hours, that expensive hours, to come and do it. But if you are feeling as a leader to be able to ensure that the laborers are doing their work, then you be directed to go and do it.
You are the one directing the laborers.
That is to ensure that
The job of the chief executive of British Council is not to clean the streets. It is to make sure this perimeter is clean. You get them out to clean streets and gutters, and the point we are making is that we've been doing it for 30 years without a solution. Tell me one city in the world where their main strategy for cleaning the city involves
I have never said that I do not subscribe to the view that it's a strategy of making Arab. Never I will never subscribe to that. That is the way they address. When I spoke about immediate issues, I outlined the immediate issues. I thought that we should be dealing with those immediate issues that are to our life. As the things that we will do, we'll be able to deal with the sanitation process.
Do we have enough laborers to clean?
We need our advice directions to go out to do some cleaning in the ministerial. This is perhaps following up from what has happened in the past. It was supposed to support tell the story or give the indication to all the leaders of the agencies where they are that you are responsible for the cleanliness of your environment.
But that's wrong.
We have also, let me make that point, right or wrong, let me make it count. We have also indicated and requested all government agencies to have two officers, the sanitation marshal, deputy sanitation marshal, who must see the cleanliness of their environment. If you are contracted any service provider who is going to be cleaning your place, whether within the ministries, the toilets in the ministries, or in the premises within the ministry, those two officers, sanitation marshal, deputy sanitation marshal, should make sure it's being done. What we did last Friday was simply to get us out there and show the way through leadership by example that this is what should happen. Good. That's when there's going to be an ongoing process. Bear in mind also that we're just beginning the process of awareness raising, get everybody to do the right thing. If it catches on, if everybody does what they're supposed to do in that house like you're doing, as a lecturer, you're place of work. At the end of it all, there's no need for anybody to go out and clean. And if they're also being paid adequately and regularly on time, in terms of expert, they will come and collect and dispose of it. And we as government will be able to collect the waste and send where it should be sent to, where it's being processed. And there's no landfill site, and that's the point. There's no landfill site. That will not come on. So bear in mind that we just begin the process of getting everyone involved about this is symbolic.
Where is the substantive?
Substantive is the long-term matter of getting everyone.
The debt is coming on tomorrow. Well, you know, but we are on this one, number two.
The substantive involves many things that
I hear you.
government
Can I
is not
answer?
talk, let us explain. Oh, you understand what's going on? I'll go for the substantive. I gave you 3 indications of what is direction. Okay?
Yeah,
I'm not sure that, but I'm not going into details of that.
Okay, hear my question. Hear my
When you
question.
talk, the policy that 10% of the waste of being operated by that company, there are no trust to be able to.
All
Government has voted on big impact results to get some of those equipment and they're important to be able to do that. The service providers, expert. Most of their trucks are broken down. They go in and bring up home new stores. One of the other places.
I hear you. Please.
Government has published a
We'll get to it. Get the thing on.
Let's look at some of the results. Let's understand what they do. Short term, big impact results. Medium term, long term, plans are all there. Government has announced to the president that we change the regime of making sure that we're able to provide credit facilities for the service providers to be able to bring in the equipment, the trucks, what's required for them to function effectively. That was never been done before. But credit facilities for agriculture, for health, we never have for sanitation. That is a policy decision by
I hear you. Now, here's the issue. The problem of sanitation in Accra has nothing to do with cleanliness of offices. It has everything to do with the cleanliness of the streets and the gutters. If you talk about people cleaning their offices, we don't have the problem with that.
How will you say that?
No, sanitation.
No, you
No, hear me too. Hear me too.
If you say there's a problem, I don't agree with that.
All right. Yes, I don't know why I have my session. I have not indicated to I have indicated to you basic steps that we are supposed to do immediately. The medium term steps that we are supposed to do. I have given you even the whole lecture on environmental sanitation. You are not dealing with the substantive matters. I must speak too much time. Okay, I just want to speak. So thank you. I'm sorry. Please take the floor. We'll get back and we'll deal with this matter later. So I think I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you very much. Having listened to what they have said from the speaker from Imani till now, in the food of sanitation, in my view, 3 major things. 1, monopoly. 2, corruption. And 3, non-enforcement of the laws. Monopoly, we recently hear an ad on radio and TV from Kassel that according to Kassel, 1 brand of cement or 1 grade of cement should not be used for all jobs. And Kassel came to this conclusion almost after 50 years of its operation here. And Kassel had to innovate and be creative because of competition. When we talk about sanitation in this country, we speak, try to go around it, but let's face the reality. And let's go beyond Accra. 1 group of company enjoys almost all the monopoly in government contracts here. Last year, for instance, I had an opportunity to do a comprehensive documentary on sanitation. I traveled to all the 10 regions of this country, and I visited 53 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. And so I know what I'm talking about. Let's look at these JIDA workers we are talking about. And if anybody tells you there's not enough investment in sanitation in this country, it's not true. From 2006 till June this year, when this model, they say they will review the contract. That single contract alone would have cost the nation 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. 2.2 billion Ghana cedis, that's sweepers. The arrangement is in such a way that 80% of the amount, it used to be 86% when it first started. 80% of that money should go to the service provider. So that 20% will go to the workers. And so now is that service provider. So you're talking about 1.8 billion Ghana cedis going to the service provider and 400 million cedis going to the workers over the 10 years. Now the question is, you go out there to the streets, you find the people, some don't even income, so you ask, why are your police not coming to street? They say, well, 100 cedis at the end of the month, people think it's not worth it. So they don't come to street. So the streets are dead. And Mayor just said something very interesting, that they don't control the workers. I went to Kumasi, KMA. On paper, they had about 1,749 people who are supposed to be sweepers under the Youth Employment Agency. But KMA has decided to now use its own internally generated funds to employ about 300 people who sweep the Central Business District, the Lorry Parks, and the Kumasi Central Market, where you can call the citadel of solid goods. And this money I'm talking about does not come from the Youth Employment Agency. The money is deducted from the District Assembly's Common Fund. So the payment comes from the district. Your money is used to employ some people. You have the capacity to supervise them to sweep. Yet in someone's wisdom, let's give those people, let's hand them over to someone else. And they claim it's 45,000 people. Let's give it to someone else. At the end of every month, the arrangement says each person should get allocated 500 cedis.
Azure, I agree you should, but what should we do? Some of us.
Yes, so what we have to do, we should stop it. Everybody is saying that they have the capacity to control them. So take these workers from the service providers. They say they will review it, whether Zuna wins it or whoever wins it. That should be the situation. The assemblies are what it takes to manage this situation. So for me, that's one of them. Two, we should find a way of also breaking the monopoly and let the assemblies do some of the work. If you're looking at the contracts I'm talking about nationwide, you have YA sweepers. It's one contract. We have the sanitation improvement package. That's after the sweeper put it in the containers. Another contract is also there. We have the final disposal site where we put it there. There's another contract to manage. Can you say we should stop all of this? Just let me finish. We have the sanitation gas. A lot of people complain that the some of code have disappeared, and because of that, we don't have people to go through the whole markets and enforce sanitation issues. But there is also a contract for that. They call it the sanitation gas. We have engaged, we have NAMCO, we have Ministry of Local Governments awarding so many contracts. And all of these contracts I'm talking about goes to one subsidy or one group of companies. Now, do the assemblies have what it takes to be able to manage the summer or the sanitation gas? The question is yes. If they can, why can the assemblies manage them? Two, we talk about, and I'm going beyond Accra, there are a lot of assemblies that don't have any source of funding apart from the district assemblies common fund. So you go to the assemblies and the sanitation departments, some don't even have bicycles. Yet there are so many contracts for which the assemblies are deducted. Their monies are deducted and paid. Which monies could go to the assemblies? So the sanitation departments can take charge of these projects. We also talk about some problems such as the coal landfills. We have failed to also touch on the most critical thing about the coal landfills. Apart from the fact that the distance is a problem, I was there last year with my camera crew and we spent more than 3 hours at the coal landfill site. And all the 3 hours we spent there, we realized that trucks, tricycles were all stuck. They were queuing to dispose of their waste. So somebody can go there within an hour, but you may have to queue for more than 3 hours to be able to dispose of waste. What is the main challenge there? It's about poor management of the place. Who owns it? Who runs it? Zumaya runs it. We asked the assembly officials, and what they said was that the World Bank funded the construction of the site and added equipment. And I'm putting the sanitation officer, director of the Tema Metropolitan Assembly, Engineer Solomon Lord. He said the place was given to them to manage, it came with equipment. But there was an order from above that the landfills should be handed over to Zoomline to manage. And in his own words, the place is being mismanaged.
I don't have an idea what can be done. Sorry, but
Let's hear the solution.
based on all the things you've done, is there some idea about the solutions that you have?
The solution is that we should bring us no, let's look at the solution is this. We also have the Kumasi landfills site. We also have the Kumasi landfill site, which is also managed by a private manager.
Solution.
I'm telling you the solution.
Now. Solution now.
I am telling you the solution. I'm saying that you have a problem here which you claim there are issues. And I'm taking you to another place where the place is well kept. So we don't lack expertise in managing landfills. When we went to Kumasi landfill site, every single day there is a tipping phase. While the trucks are uploading, there is level compacting, there is a tipper which fetches sand, covers it. So if the whole of this stage is a landfill site of Kumasi, on the day we went there, about that corner was the working phase. We could drive our vehicle all around. So the question is, do we have the capacity? Let us give the works to the right
So you
people.
will break the monopoly
Break the monopoly
of two lines.
or two lines. And at the end of the day, whoever gets the job should be asked to do the right thing.
Yeah, I think
So that's
a
your
bit more of the monitoring. I don't need to speak for you, but I'm trying to get the solution out of it. Now, the city, let's say the mayor, should be the one to make sure the place works. Like the man says,
When we went to Tema Metropolitan Assembly, they don't control that.
so that's what the solution should be. The Metropolitan Assembly should control.
Why should control it? And it's as simple as that. Whoever is in charge of the landfill should have the capacity
Mike, please, the
to control it. Because in Kumasi, let me tell you, in Kumasi, we have just an emotion.
Stop the literature review.
There are two principles. We straight into areas that are not the best.
I don't need to catch you, but
Let me make the point very clear. Solution two, want all the workers to to go back to themselves. And that's how I design. I think I should say, I designed the protocol. I designed the sanitation module.
excuse me,
I
please.
designed the initial 2-year contract as a part of the program plan. All the workers were currently under the legal program. And they I think they should go back.
So the district should not control,
Over that direction.
but they will use private sector people. The district should control. Yeah,
The district should control the sector.
you hear that? And then the landfill, the district should control the management of the landfill.
No. That whole thing is controlled by the ministry. That has to do all the terms and conditions of the management contract that we give to the cleaning service provider. This are the rules for Zuka. That's what we agree.
So the Ministry of Sanitation will control landfills and control who manages them. And the district will control sweepers. But as you were saying in Kumasi, the district assembly.
Like KMA, when you go to KMA, they have an official from the KMA who is there day in, day out, and they have a say in what work is done and what is not done.
So are you proposing the district like KMA should have a say in landfill management?
Management, then if you go to Tema, the Metropolitan Assembly in Tema should have a say in how the landfill is managed. If it's managed well, they should have a say. I have evidence. The solution is what I'm proposing. If the office of the president is asking the Ministry of Finance to pay for work done on the landfills, how can we have a solution? That's what I'm saying. The payment, the order for payment, whether or not something should pay, should come from the assembly, where the work is done. So when we cut all these barriers, we have to play ball on top of the assembly. Nothing is going to happen.
We are there, we need to hear all the examples of the landfill site is at home and not even at home. So we cannot say that even TMA should have the same. And number two, that is a landfill site for the whole of Accra. That's where I dispose of my waste and then that the whole of Greater Accra. That's where we dispose of our waste. So by citing it within your jurisdiction, that's not necessarily give you the control. We need a higher body to have control over it, and that has control over when you talk about public prison, as much as we have the YEA sweepers, every assembly split, every assembly have recruited their additional sweepers. Because if the YEA officials are not available for 1 day or not, and we don't have our people, Accra will be dirty.
Thank you.
The Central Business District alone, I have 300 lepers. The Central Business, I'm not talking about the whole of the area. The Central Business, I have 300 lepers that I pay them from our internally generated fund to also continue to sweep the streets of Accra. And that is why we think that the 1 year model arrangement, once it's given to a private, and I think that it is more efficient also when we give it to a private person. However, it is management and how the contract probably might be given. So we need to deal with that matter. So, please run out because we want to hear Mr. Sion before we go.
So I have a few points. One, we should deal with the corruption in the sector, which previous speakers have mentioned. There is so much money going to the sector. So if we realign some of these contracts, you may end up realizing that you don't need extra people. If YA gives all these people to you, you'll be enough to sweep your streets and you save money. Two, the assemblies should be made to take charge of some of the services which they have the capacity to deliver. If you talk of the sanitation guys or the saman, they have what it takes to manage them. Three, I've talked about the breaking of the monopoly. And I've given an example of mass landfills and also home landfills, where you have separate contractors, but when you go to the field, the kind of work that is done, there's a lot of difference there. Two, or the next point is that sanitation laws must be made to work. I always use this example in South Africa, where all of a sudden, a driver whose car was sitting in had to slow down. So I asked him why he's slowing down, there's no traffic. And he says, within this stretch, there are speed cameras. If I go beyond the speed limit, they are going to bring me a ticket. And because I work for a car rental company, I can even lose my job. So you realize that if there are systems to punish people who offend the law or break the law, things are going to work better. And these days, we read a lot about the AMA doing that. We should also let all the contracts or the sanitation projects, there should be something like an oversight responsibility from the sanitation ministry. Because as we speak, the YEA program is under the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. We have some sanitation contracts from the Ministry of Local Government, and we have some coming from the Ministry of Health. Then we have a fourth ministry sitting somewhere, Ministry of Sanitation.
Don't we have to just get rid of all these ministries and then don't have all the ministries? Why do we need 4 ministries to do sanitation? Clearing water.
So at the end of the day,
But they all remain
so you may have, the problem is that you have all of them awarding sometimes similar contracts, so there's sometimes overlapping of contracts. So if they all come together under one ministry, say sanitation should take care of one, all the sanitation contracts should go to one ministry, or one ministry having an oversight responsibility, I'm sure at the end of the day we're going to get that. Then also existing contracts should be reviewed. there are too many sanitation contracts, and in a year we spend close to $1 billion on sanitation, but we don't get the results. If all of these are done, for me, monopoly, corruption, enforcement of the laws, I think this will work. Otherwise, I also agree that I have said it before that I don't think I'll ever take part in any communal cleaning exercise. I'll never do that because I know how much the nation pumps into sanitation, and if they don't work, it is not my responsibility to leave my job as a journalist and go and clean the streets.
Thank you very much. Now, you did some work on that today. It's interesting to me because what I learned from that was that we have dustbins we pay for sitting down, not distributed. Do we still have that problem? Do you know?
We do have, and it's all because of this multiplicity of contracts. There are some people who sit in Accra and make decisions for all the.
But hold on, the dustbins have been delivered.
They have been delivered. Some have been delivered.
So my question is, where are they? I'm hoping this mayor has some. Why don't they just distribute the dustbins?
Well, I think it's a question for me to answer. But when we went,
does he have some?
That's I don't know.
It's been paid for, right? Not all have been paid for. So what stops us from distributing them? What stops us from distributing those dustbins? First of all, I don't have.
Just be the keep them
We are live already, but we are live. So the nation is. Thank you very much.
I don't have all the facts about this that being contractual, so I can't omit myself.
All right, then we'll stop there. But Azure, for the record, you reported that we have thousands possibly of dustbins that we haven't distributed.
That's across the country.
Yes.
Yes. And there are some districts that they have said they don't need the dustbins at all.
How can they not need dustbins when they have households?
Okay, let me explain. If you go to the rural areas, and when I was still living at Zone 6, he spoke about, I had a very small container and we had a communal container. So anytime it was full, I had to get a dump in a communal container. These are 240 liter dustbins. So the ordinary household in the rural area does not generate waste.
It's too big for them.
It's too big for them, so they are using it to store water.
Can we enjoy the dustbins? By the way, we pay for those dustbins.
Those are assemblies that you pay for all of them.
So, Mr. Minister, can we enjoy them even the cities where we need these dustbins?
First of all, we need a dustbin. Secondly, there was 1 million dustbins that was supposed to have been procured. There's controversy over how they procured. So that's what's not happening in the street. Until that's clear, and you go ahead and distribute, then you go over us.
Quickly, what controversy is it that takes so long to resolve?
The procurement process. To the best of my understanding, the local government minister was supposed to authorize this procurement. Apparently, the local government minister at the time refused to sanction the procurement, and then orders were given from above as we spoke. And so everything was started. That's as far as I know.
So why don't you unstick it?
Sorry.
Unstick it. I mean, get the dustbins out there, let them be distributed, and then pay for that.
As a new ministry, they're trying to streamline all these things.
No,
The problem with this contract, the problem with this contract goes back to the same issue I mentioned. It has to do with corruption. But the investigation Joy FM did, that contract has been bloated by at least $130 million cities.
By whom?
Okay? That is it. And the CID has stepped in and they are investigating this.
Thank you, because here's my point, please, Mr. Minister, I think, listen. Assuming without admission that what he's saying is true, okay, why don't you ring fence that problem, let the CID deal with it, and go distribute the dustbins?
Before the CID has reported on that?
Well,
Let's do that, the judicial matter now.
no, point is this, he says it's an overload. Listen, if it gets to a debt,
Let's see how much
how many usually CID
It's not reported.
I mean,
How do I go grant it?
hear me, listen, we don't have the luxury to be able to say we're in a very cool situation. We have a crisis on our hands. Now, if we are going to buy overpriced dustbins, and there is some issue on it, let the CID deal with whatever is a criminal issue. Well, but I'm saying, in the meantime, why do you leave the dustbin sitting there running?
No, there are two things. Let me just explain. There are two things. The overbloated one has not been supplied yet. That's 1 million at least. But even before that overbloated contract was awarded, previous dustbins
Have not been supplied.
they were procured, supplied, and we went across the country, and you find thousands of them locked up in assemblies. Some have told us they don't even need it. So you are talking about going ahead to distribute. What I think the ministry can do is to ask or recall those dustbins from the assemblies that do not have need for them, so that they distribute them.
Because of time, we'll move on to the next speaker, and I think the discussion will get to more issues. So it's my time now, to my privilege that is the Secretary to give us this presentation.
Thank you very much.
Why are you standing?
Good morning. I would like to stand because I want to show some slides. Sanitation is practical.
I'm telling you now, the next speaker, you don't do
Because
that.
I'll try to deal with this time. First of all, I want to humbly commend the Minister for the presentation, and for this time. I humbly stand on behalf of all the private waste management companies in this country, the informal sector, the formal sector, to do this presentation, and also to thank the man again for this time for us to explain issues. When you have a problem in business, you look at what you have, how to get where you want to be, and then you try to resolve it. So I now want to look at, as a country, we have a challenge with sanitation or waste management. What are the resources available? What can we do? What has been done before which have failed and the way forward? So I only want to just give a highlight of what must be done to solve the problem. So we have a beautiful sanitation strategy. In business, strategy is the implementation, is the action to resolve that. So I think this forum is trying to arrest the solution. So Ghana, we have a national sanitation strategy. It's printed in intelligence. It was first printed in 1999, revised in 2010. DFID, the donors supported. And this plan spells out every roadmap to arrest the sanitation. Other developed countries in the whole world, viewers and listeners, it is by strategy you can arrest. When you want to play a football, the coach has a strategy. And through that strategy, a well football match is being played. If you want to build a house, you have an architect who draw the plans, and from the plans, the civil engineers, the builders are building on. This is Ghana's environmental sanitation policy strategy. And let's look at each of the pages, what has been done and what has not been done. I think if we follow this, that's where we can go to. So we have all the guidelines. We have the national environmental strategy. We have the district. We have everything there. Rural waste, rural sanitation model, household water. Oh, these are all the laws, the criminal offenses, legal and criminal, everything that a country must have. Every the institutions, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government have to get. It is already there. These are the areas, the list of components that have to go through. Whether it is the cleaning of the drains, cleaning of the drains, cemeteries, disposal of dead body, everything, whether it is the pollution of the air, everything cannot happen. The ministries and the agencies is already there. So, the private sector in the policy page 26, it says that the bulk of the environmental sanitation services shall be provided by the private sector. Is it there? Is the private sector there? Yes. Then we are complementing and then complying with the strategy. I believe that if anybody is talking out of this strategy, then it's not doing well. They mean that this strategy It doesn't work for we to spend money, for the donors to support us and develop us, and to also have the best institution strategy and best practice.
I don't mean to get that. Our position is that this strategy has failed. That's why we're on this.
I'm trying to humbly explain to you. I'm talking on the part of the private sector. What we have done, if it has failed, you will see what we have done, and then that's why I'm giving you the pages. I also brought the book here. Then you compare those where we have failed and what, because we are trying to find solutions. Where we have failed, we fill in the gaps, and then we move forward. So, it says that based under the supervision of public sector, especially the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. So this is the policy, and they say that the private sector, most of all the private companies are in the districts, are in the municipals, and we are working. So on the private sector part, we have complied with the strategy, and we are working. The next one says that by the year 2010, 75% of the services in sanitation must be done by the private sector. In the year 2015, 90%. So when the issue comes that, let us go back to the public sector, meaning that it's a diffusion of the strategy. The strategy says that it should go to the private sector. The private sector must be empowered, must be supported. And so this book and all this policy must then say minimum targets of collection and transporting by private operators in all the district capitals through franchise or contracting. And then in the year 2020, it should be 100%. So I'm not of the opinion that let us go back to the public sector. Let us give it to the public sector. The policy says it must go to the private sector. The private sector needs to be supported, needs to be encouraged. When you are contracting loans from the public sector, give it to the private sector. The public sector shouldn't go and take loans and then manage the policy. It should give it to the private companies for them to work. That is the policy. If this policy is not going to work, then I think as a country we are afraid that when we spend the night are being handled or we are facing that. As Kenyans, we say certain things very nicely, we write, take our time, right, but implementing become a problem. Yes. Let us follow this policy and then we will get where we want to go. Now, these are waste management companies in Ghana. Dabe Waste, Yakura Waste, ABC Waste. Most of these companies have worked in this country for 30 years, 20 years. And to be interesting for you to know, 1994 is the time that privatization of waste management companies started. Go to the records and check. 1925, Accra City Council was established. 1994, 1925, they were established. 1994, they started contracting and giving it to the private sector. So the issue of going to the public, government really is moving to public-private partnership. So we must encourage the private companies to work. These are the companies who have experience, they have the knowledge, and you see, our waste is mess. Our waste is not like the foreign waste, where you get lighter waste. You need people who really have accustomed themselves, who really understand it. There was a company called Sanitation in the year 1985. Government gave $14 million to them to come and work in this country. They ran away. They were even charging $30 per ton and giving it to the local contractors as subcontract at $5. We, the local private companies, we charge low. We work harder. And these are the companies. Now, these are the areas that are being allocated for each of them to work in a branch. Zoom line controls 3 out of it. I think the mayor just said that about 15 areas, it's not Zoom line who is cleaning every place. We have 3 zones that we are cleaning. Now, these are the sections of each of the contractors that we use. We have about 3,000 informal centers. The tricycles and the other things that are working, the tricycles, the border taxis that are working. They are all ready. Now, what is sanitation? Sanitation is generally referred to provision of facilities, services for safe disposal of human urine and food. The word sanitation also refers to maintenance of hygienic conditions through services such as garbage collection. So we need the private sector to come in to collect garbage. and then dispose it out. Let us don't always look at how this country works in the 1980s. This was the situation. And let's look at the policy, what has been done and what has not been done. So this was the situation that were collection of refuse. This was also the situation releasing donkey carts, push carts, and other things. The waste cycle, I always, that is my passion, that I will the private sector to share that. When you are deploying a strategy, you need the process to work well. If the process don't work, it is a failure, it becomes a problem. This is a cycle worldwide, internationally accepted that collect waste and store it. Then transport the waste to either a transfer station or a treatment plant, and the money that they treat the waste. It's a cycle. Whether you run out of it or what, that's the cycle. And so let's see. We waste management companies or the private sector, we go to people's houses. If we go there and the waste is stored in a basket, we must take it. If it's on the floor, we must take it. The process of how the human being decides the waste is not our process. It's not in our hand. And that is why we're talking about getting that waste in each of the houses so that people will have a culture. Waste is a culture, it's a process so that people can get out of it. If people want to be on the streets and there are no places for convenience, you will get it on the wall. Waste is practical. Waste is not theory. When you want to discharge any place and then you don't have open defecation will happen. So we must provide the necessary facilities for people to have them and discharge. So we must have how we store waste, collect, transport, and discharge. So on the policy, in page 26, we must have cleansing of the designated areas and facilities, street drains, market quarry parks, that is it. And this is what the private partnership brought in Zoom Lion as one of the members of the Environmental Service Providers Association, and then more. I happen want to place on record. Sometimes, because of certain happenings, human beings get apart. In the year 2008, when Ghana was hosting the African Cup of Nations, Zoom Lion is made in the year 2006 with 5 seconds. That was the knowledge. We partnered other private companies. We cleaned the stadium all. It was very fresh and new. We just have to go to Germany, learn from their practice. And then we came and we were so high that everyone was commended. We were sustaining it. We brought in flowers from Kenya. We did everything everywhere. And it was good. The youth employment program, in the book of the youth employment, that's the National Youth Employment Program, they were going to use donkey carts and other things, try to be out. It was 2 months innovation that for tricycles. And today the tricycle have revolutionized motorized tricycle around about 3,000. So I think the private sector has done very, very well. That needs to be commended and supported. And I think that they have got a lot of revolutionary in the West African sector. Because the problem is system.
Mr. Yamon, I've been told to allow you, but I don't know how many minutes this is. It's about 2 hours. And also because a lot has been said about, your company. So there's a bit of time for you to defend yourself in the but keep focusing on that. But please, I'm not being partial. I just think that I've been told to allow you to just express it.
I'll just finish. Look, I'll just finish. So these are the innovations that the private sector, Zoom Lion, and expert members brought into the sanitation sector. These are daily cleansing and everything. When we go to the UK, we are cleaning streets separately. We go to other countries, it is normal. You must clean the public areas and other things separately. These are the services. It's normal works that we do. These are all the things that divisions, you will see from every morning, the street of Accra is always neat. In the afternoon when the hawkers come. And that is it. I am going to Dubai, they clean at dawn. And nobody will tell them. So when we use it, it is different from you. Yeah. So no matter how the private sector does I'll take the China. They clean every day. It was China that will call this conflict. Now, policy on the private sector involvement. On page, in the national sanitation policy, they are to support to produce machines, equipment, and tools. What Superlion did was we brought in a manufacturer to come and manufacture waste equipment. We brought in the year 2007 all most of the equipment here. We manufacture them here. We have partners.
You manufacture
we assemble them. We have manufactured the price items, but we have a semi-knockdown assemble plant that does with the waste equipment. If we are to be supported and the private sector is supported, we will take part. I'm saying that with this policy, the private sector is complementing and complying the policy so that it can have a fruitful country. These are equipment. We have about 5,000 bicycles, more than 2,000 trucks, and we have an arrangement with companies for capacity. The private sector has enough capacity to deliver. I only want to say that there's nothing that is different from deciding with some of these trucks are even partly waiting for 70 minutes. These are the national sanitation gas government implemented in the year 1910. Someone started at 1910. It was not new. Why we did fail? Then we must look at why. The private sector comes in to support. And when it's supported, some maximum effort are not being given. And then it becomes a problem. There's our policy on better control. Page 26 of the policy. Everything is fair. And this is what Superlion and this partner is able to do. So nothing was done out of all mind of looking for certificate. We need the context of the policy. These are all in the policy. These are all in the policy. On waste transfer station, because of the distance to them, as the view was saying, we brought in the transfer station to be having like a stop terminal to be able to transport the waste easier, so that the turnaround time people from the cities, the tricycle can quickly decide. It's in the policy of waste of transfer of waste and then waste disposal. I see there. This is the Achimota transfer station. And the station one, this is also the Achimota. You see the tricycles are discharged. So as the major said, that 75%, 25% of the waste that has the haulage has been increased to 75%. It's true. Because now it is not as previous where you have to travel all the distance to tell. The tricycles can quickly go to the transfer station. This is ISO modern practice in Turkey. We just went there and learned from them. We travel to Germany and other places. What they are doing, we are doing the same. And the private sector innovation with the policy and government support. That's what we are giving. Now, policy on sanitary disposal of health care and hazardous waste is there. Page 17 is there. What has been done? This is what medical waste disposal was extended to this country. And when we go to pick the waste from the hospitals and clinics, the solid waste and the medical waste, human parts are all put together. What we did was to bring in, these are the hospital facilities you have in Ghana, 3,270. Only 33 has incinerators. So the 2,000 over who incinerated. What we did was to bring in an autoclave. That's what we are fulfilling the policy and the strategy. So all the infrastructure that have to deal with waste in this country, the private sector have put in place. The only thing is enforcement, and there is necessary support to be given to the private sector. Not to duplicate efforts. The duplication of effort makes it, we go back and we go for it, and then it seems like nothing's happening. A lot of things have really happened. These are the medical waste. I was looking at the funding that we have received from donors for the past 3 years, 2011. This is a statement from government 2011 to 2014. It's about 1 billion that we received from donors into supporting of the sanitation and the wash sector. And we were looking at how much has been invested into the private sector. For this is just 3 years. So when you have a 10 years that the private sector have taken 1 billion, this is 3 years, which is $1 billion. So you see the private sector has inadequate funding. You buy your own truck, you wait for money to be paid, and so many challenges that the private sector. But still, the private sector is going. In developed countries where other colleges are progressive, you have a loan term, you pay over 7 years and 10 years. These are landfills, and how do you want to just inform the listeners and all viewers and things and gentlemen. These are for the past 17, since 1991. Landfills that have been constructed in this country, they were 17. The minimum years that one has spent is 10 years. 10 years. And this is the Gold landfill. The Gold landfill was constructed under the World Bank. It was $10 million. $10 million. And it's full now. You can't pick any waste from there, and this is the situation. Now, when a landfill is like this, it was an engineer landfill, and the overflow, the landfill process goes that when you manage it, you have to cap it, okay. And then you have more on it. You have a situation where you have about 300 trucks at a time. You will not even have time to cap it. So the challenges of landfill, what we did was that these are with our research team, with the universities in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the best universities in the world in this country. Lebanon is there, Kenya is there. These are research institutes which are helping in environmental engineering. We can learn from them. And so with them, we saw that the composition of our waste, 61% was organic. And out of this 61%, what we have to do is to comply with the go into the policy. And the policy talks about provision of management, waste treatment, and recycling disposal. So we just went into a compost plant, fulfilling the policy. So if we work with the strategy and we continue, we won't stay with the solution. I only want to place on record that most of the infrastructure was clearing and solving the problems the private sector have done. And this is the compost plant. We are able to produce about 2,000 bags of compost that could have been thrown away, or the landfill could not produce. So we should have more of compost plant. The compost plant in Accra is 160 acre land. 30 acres have been used. So we have another 130. If Kema is getting food,
You brought me.
I will please.
Are you saying this compost plant is in Accra?
It's actually Kotobu here.
Are you aware? Is it what's the size?
Please, the size is 130 acre land. And
Are we using it?
so why do you have a problem with landfill and waste disposal? Let me explain this. Part of the vehicles go to Tefra, and part of the vehicles come to ID Kotobu. ID Kotobu processes 600 tons daily. Accra generates 3,000 tons. So the rest, that is where it goes to.
Is that the maximum capacity of this place?
Yes, please.
600.
600 tons.
And you get all
the waste. It comes there every day.
I mean, you get your 600 tons
Yes,
every day.
Yes.
So the capacity is full.
It's full. So what we have done is that we are expanding this to 2,800 because the land is 160 acre land. It's only 30 have been used. But with government support to expand this, we don't need any landfill.
Are you saying landfills became an issue? Landfills became an issue. Capacity is an issue. Excuse me, we are there. Are you saying, sir, that you can expect this thing to take care of Accra's full waste generation?
Yes, please.
Do you need government support?
Yes, please. Let me explain to you. This landfill was constructed with a bank loan by the private sector with sanctions. We are even paying the debt as we speak now. And the private sector in developed countries, I've visited Japan, I've gone everywhere, and they are professionals here, they are development partners here. The private sector don't get into high investment lines. But we took it upon ourselves that we must lead, we must support. This is our country. We have emotions part of people. The government gives us
How much was that?
this one cost us about $40 million.
$40 million.
Yes. If government gives us support, to expand this, I'm telling you, look, this year, last year,
Sorry, I don't cut you. 3 years, you've had $1 billion. All right? Why don't we have 5 of these ones and just solve the problem? Hey, he just put up the statistic that in 3 years, we had $1 billion.
We've only been in government 1 year. The value is in the resource of recycle and transform compost or any other material that will be useful for us. So that in consequence what is talking about.
You let me finish. The
Isolation. It's not before. Let's look at the way forward. When the ministry leads the way, should that be we'll get the right result.
Thank you. You know, if this costs $40 million, we should have 10 of that. Please go ahead.
So, I'm happy we are the private sector is bringing serious government support. We cannot go and contract loans to do this. Now, after the recycling and the compost policy, developed countries have developed a measure that starting with sometimes initial segregation as serious challenges. So all the waste can come to a plant where it can segregate them, and that's what we are doing. So when it comes to the plant, after the composting has been segregated, you have the plastics, metal, and everything. And then through this, you move into serious recycling. So nothing is gone waste. You get the compost to 1%, the other ones you are recycling them and converting, adding some less granules, you are able to get the dustbin. And this is what the private sector is here. Superlion is the first company. This we don't even have it in West Africa. Wow. You can't have this in in West Africa that has a compost plant. It's only Superlion. And so the credit and the due and the support must be given to this company. Now, in the year 2007, when we are talking about that, it is the only company supposed to do that is Superlion. In the year 2007, we started saying that get the that and then so that the whole thing was like, to pick the cost, where's the cost? How the thousand is the people will dispose it. So we must enhance this and support this. And then if are you still doing this as thing? What is it? Yes. We are used to doing that. And then we also produce the inner lines. All these factories are here. The factories are existing, the factories are working. We have a number of workers working with them. They are all here. Now we have a new compost plant we are constructing in Kumasi and this is a waste environmental park. You have you have so many things there to convert the waste into other valuable things. This is it. And this is 100% private funding. Contracting loans and doing this. With the necessary support of government, we will get far. The private sector is putting up the infrastructure. And then government will, the necessary resources and support will get it. In other countries, government does it himself. In Ghana, with the private sector have done it himself. We are talking about liquid waste. The liquid waste we are talking about. On the policy page 36, is that when you look at this, you see how the liquid waste issue that was at it was a 100-year problem. Through the support and the needed arrangement of government, Superlion and its partners have solved the problem. So, in terms of the strategy failing, I would say that the private sector has put in certain measures so that it doesn't fail. There might be some challenges, but the impact of the private sector have done it. And then you have industrial waste. This is what we have done. You have other drainage system, the flooding that the video spoke about. You will see that we came in as a private, we brought dredging machine. It's in dredging, that is why we have so many downpour. So there will no kind of flooding have ever happened since 2015. The private sector, the expert members are doing this. Then you have the Bota Lake, you have capacity building. We have so many universities that we partner with that we are working. We have Harvard. There's assembly members for them. I happen to be on Harvard board in South Africa, the West Africa. I hope you're around. Yeah, you I hope you're around. And then capacity building, we do a lot of exit programs. We go to other countries to get the practice and then come in. So it's something that we are aware of. And then we have people that we have trained, qualified. We not just we run a waste management company. The expert members are very experienced. Go to Salusi, go to Dakora, and they are all experienced people. Zumban has to. Zumban is a multinational. We are working in other countries. We are in Angola, we are in Guinea. We go for tender, we do integrity work there. It is not about the company taking advantage of issues here. We were yearning to be a multinational from the 2006, and we are there. We are in other countries. We are consulting for companies in Nigeria and other countries. These are operations in other countries, Angola, Sierra Leone, and you see them there. Some of the CSR, these are the challenges that we will face.
I think Manasseh has a question.
And then people go and then throw the waste into the garbage. Others you run it out. Yes, others will come. Attitudinal problem is one of the challenges that we are facing. No, okay. Problems are solutions. I don't know. I'll give the solution. Enforcement and other things, non-payment. Now, please, Kofi, and all in Ghana, worldwide, this is from World Bank report. The collection of waste, high income countries should charge 85 to 50. Low middle income charge 20 to 50. That's the rate and the price that if you want to value for money. In Ghana, it is 18.6. On the landfill attempt that we are managing, it should have been $50 to $40 per ton. We are charging 4.2. We are saving this country because we love this country. Okay. on the composite, it should be $10 to $40. That is a well price.
Okay, because of that, this is a lot of dollars. Sorry, very sorry, but hopefully when we get to the discussion, a few issues will come up. Because of that, we need to, I hope we got to the end. Right. Okay, so please,
I'll just finish that. The weight bin is listen, let's have the weight bins distributed everywhere. Good. Let us also support the private sector very well. They are doing very well. Good. And then we'll get all the solutions that we good. Thank you very much. Good. We have a few comments that will be made, but I just want to let this go. We don't intend this to be a tussle between any of these here. Okay. So I'm going to read this section very well. And I have some questions, and I think it's proper that we ask them. Okay. So please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I just want to find out, clarify from Mr. Paul. He made mention of the fact that the compost plant was the private sector, they took loans to that. I'm also aware the government pays the company every month, and this money comes from the District Assembly's Common Fund. May I know how much your company receives in respect of this compost plant every month? And also the Lavender Hill. You take money from the government every month? And if yes, how much and what for?
Thank you very much, Mama, for this question. One thing that we want all understand, very simple is that the waste cycle worldwide, the treatment facilities are being constructed either in public-private partnership with government or government. And you pay for the waste per tonnage of the treatment of the waste there. That's why you can go to UK, you can everywhere. That is the practice. You carry your waste and go to the plant, you treat it. So we entered into an agreement with the government for the treatment of the waste and the chemical plant and the treatment of the Lavender Hill, the liquid waste. Government did constructed one and we were paying for the service of it. So the practice is that we treat the waste at the treatment plant and government pay for it. We entered into the arrangement with tonnage and the liquid waste with the every form of the liquid waste that comes there. And I don't have the figures of it, but that is the arrangement worldwide, and that is the practice.
Let me clarify. So you built the facility with your money?
Yes, I just read from the policy that you can go in this operate transfer or operate and operate.
So I'm trying to clarify. By the way, for the first time in my life, Lavender Hill, that is the place near the beach over there. For the first time in my life, you will pass there with your glass down. So, after everything is set out, it's done. Is that a private facility?
It's a private facility.
You build with your money.
The building for
But government has to pay,
for the service.
plus other people also have to pay for the service. And
No, it's the treatment that now the veterans go and discharge from the houses and take it to the plant.
my master wanted to know, is this the
We don't
same?
collect, we don't collect fee.
Is it only one plan?
It's two plants. It is two plants.
Oh,
And let me add that we have the Lavender Hill there, we have the Slamson facility, and we have the Rural Treatment Plant. The Lavender Hill plant, it's the Zumbayo plant. The Slamson facility is EMA loan guaranteed plant that we are operating over there at Slamson facility. Yes, I'm saying that supported by non-renewals also. There's a loan we are paying at EMA is paying. It's 800 cubic meters. The Lavender Hill is 2,000. And then we have the Moodle treatment plant, which is also central government, and it was renovated by Zumbayo. So that takes about 18,000 cubic meters of liquid waste from the central sewage system. So that's how, so we have 3 plants within that pattern. Over 22,000, and I want to emphasize, because you see,
oh, just on that point, because there's a principle there.
no.
Lavender Hill is an example of a PPP that has worked. Why don't we have so many of that? Why? Because we just saw this waste treatment plant. We said it cost $40 million. We were complaining about landfill sites. Okay, why don't we have 100 of them? Across the country.
I'm sure the minister will respond.
Let me speak. In a PPP model,
The private sector comes in with capital, and you have to look at the economics. The private sector is a philanthropist. It's coming in to do business.
it's working.
You
They
are
are
asking
studying people.
You are asking.
I'm asking, why don't you do more?
Yes,
I'm explaining like what? Why don't you do more?
I'm also telling you why we have to do more. And I'm saying that
You are trying to that we have to do more because of that.
No, but the central government, so we do more.
We have this one.
Where?
Sorry, agreement. We are about to cut solve for all these questions.
We are very concerned with time.
Anytime all those ones are there, the time
I only 2 things I want to do and then we'll leave it to the people. One, Manasseh had a strong point about the issue of corruption. Okay, I'm a bit impressed with this one. Okay, but I think we need to get a grasp on that one. All right. The next thing I think we should solve here before we go is the issue about the dustbin. I think the controversy is Japan. Is that? No. The dustbin problem is it with Japan?
Yes, all the companies are.
You know what I want to do? I want us to solve that problem. I want somebody to just give us, an understanding. So, Mr. Minister, you are in charge of that one. Okay, I want to celebrate.
Those were the companies inflated.
Very important. So, I'm just trying to bring this one. Okay, so
I want to just have a in business and in practice worldwide is your innovation and your creativity. That is the reason why government has created public-private partnership with that. Government want to do something, and perhaps either the funding or you want to divert its attention more on something. And it feels like the private sector has the ability to do what to do is partnership. So public-private partnership is not monopoly. It is innovation, and I want to put this on record. And when we came in 2006, if every company was doing this, we could have more time. We saw the opportunity. We saw that we have to fulfill the policy and move on. If people don't do it, other companies are doing it, and they are doing it very well. What I really want to say is that Ghanaians and we all, we can solve our waste management problem.
Yes.
And so this, we must encourage the private sector. We must encourage more other people who do it. Have a compost plant. They are doing very well. We must encourage all of them. Yes. So that we all for them. And this COVID, sanitation, I want to see that we will solve it. We can do it. We can raise the necessary funds. Once we get the support from government, and as we are doing, we will solve it.
Yeah, that's good. Will you agree for us to distribute the
No, I thank you very much. I said, out of passion and innovation, in 2007, we started distributing that free. Now we have a plan. You see, in the waste sector, we have got all the infrastructures locally. We don't import that things. We just take our recycle. So the 1 million dustbins were produced. And I want to place on record. We were going to give it to government free. We were going to give it to government free period for 2 years before government paid. Who was doing that? You go and produce a dustbin, give it to government 2 years, free time without interest before it pays. Let me tell you, if anybody does that, I'm saying that it was a free period for 2 years before it is being paid. Now, let me just give you a when you want to produce a dustbin,
let's simplify this. How many dustbins were procured? 1 million is what we have. How were those dustbins? Who was supposed to pay? Was it clear on the purchase agreement that it was going to be given to government for 2 years before they pay thereafter? If they're going to pay after 2 years, was it free?
I understand all that. But you know what? This is what I want to
We need dustbins.
I hear you. And we have
How is it procured?
I think I've done it. Those are things you should deal with, and some of them are under criminal investigation. What I want is that this 1 million, if this man can commit to us now, that despite whatever is going on, okay, let's have this dustbins distributed and let's get them working. Whilst we deal with it, let me make a public pronouncement and let's work it out. What? Yes.
I can produce even 2 million of dustbins.
No, okay, we're not there now.
I can give it and give the government 2 years. Hold on. And see, let me tell you.
Okay,
let's explain to you something.
No, this dustbins right now. You will give us 2 years to pay.
I'll give you 3 years to pay.
Of which price? Of which price? Our price.
The dustbin was $60. Please listen. The dustbin was $60. The transportation is when you multiply about this and then wait. The contract that was signed and it's on record, everybody can check. You were transporting, you see, it comes with the innovation of what we wanted to be a problem solver, not just selling that. So you produce the dustbin from Accra, distribute it to Bolivia, distribute it to Tamale, get into the houses. So we have Zoom and these partners have really developed a digitized housing system that will give you the dustbin. It is RFID tag. So we can identify that we give you the dustbin because when 2007 we distributed the dustbin, people were just using it for holding other things. So now we are tagging it with RFID. Look at the cost. We are even transporting. So the dustbin doesn't go to the district and the district don't have warehouses. Zoom now was going to distribute the houses, the dustbin into houses. Contract people will do that. Look at the cost of it and give you 2 years to pay. Cabinet is whether $60 merit. But because we want to solve the problem, that is why we're doing that.
No, mine is not a question, just a contribution. I must admit that that's big concept. It's not a bad thing to get households to have that space. I'm never against it. But in all of this, I mentioned one thing, that what we have seen, very impressive, but how transparent is the process? And that is the problem. No, it depends on all of us as Ghanaians. The private sector, those in the public sector. He talked about the fact that he's done all of this. And the reason I asked the question is that I have a spreadsheet in front of me. And from June 2016 to September 2017, the state paid 36.5 million cedis through common fund to the Accra compost site. And within the same period too, we paid almost 90 million Ghana cedis for the sewage systems that are construction and management of liquid and medical waste.
Was it not for the use of the facility?
Yes, so we did a list of 1 year, about 90 million Ghana cedis. So the question is, if we are made to believe that it's a private sector and we took loans and did everything, but behind the scenes, the state is paying so much money. That's what that's what I wanted to do. Please, please. Yeah, go ahead. That is what I wanted to know for disclosure. How much is the state paying per month for the service? If you go out there, I think it is not honest to let the whole public know, and I ask the majority of us that know that the state is paying this much. Intervention is not wrong, but behind it is a very good problem. So if we claim that is not important, then I don't think it's even worth discussing these things. Because in my view, corruption is a main issue.
So we still have a comment to make. Okay, so I just want to get on, then we'll get to you. Just something I need to clarify between the two of you. Now, I'm talking about ESPA. I'm not talking about Superman per se. ESPA, Environmental Services Providers Association, led by you. Okay, one. Can you promise today to the whole of this country that the private sector as an ESPA has the capacity we need to deal with our waste management issues?
Thank you very much. The private sector in this country, we have about 88 contractors, 3,000 formers. We have the trucks, we have the students, we have what was it? Sometimes we have not even been for 3 years. We have patient kids. We have the best guys to deliver the
I'll come to you. Yes, the question is.
I want to
no, I explain also because we work with
a company that manufactures those trucks. I think that's the company. No, you do. So I have 2,000 more than trucks. Some of the trucks are really packing. I brought in long to this. We have the capacity there.
Then we need funding. So government has taken $1 billion in 3 years. You say you don't know where the money is. Let's assume. And ladies and gentlemen, the point of this is that we will record it. If we have to come back, we would ask what they've done concerning this one. Assuming government doesn't help you, I've seen what you just showed us. Is it possible, if for instance, and I'll come to you to confirm this, if there's private payment for private households pay for the refuse disposal, can you connect it and can you find the financing to do more of these things and just let government pay for the use of it?
Thank you very much. In fact, our guest speaker made a statement about the government's investment into waste management. They say there's about 0.01 something to our GDP. Let's look at other countries that have set up sanitation or environmental management as priority. They spend 1%. Others need to go to
without government support. I see.
So what does we can do? We can raise the funds, but we still need some payment and the treatment from government.
Mr. Minister, he says he and ESPA can provide all the capacity. Do you believe it?
We need to support the treatment provider. support the supervisor.
It's part of our solution.
We heard it.
We'll see whether the managing president will agree for us to come back. Because look, we do need to create this capacity and build the systems to deal with it. So you will work with him on that capacity.
We have immediate impact measures that's going to provide equipment, trucks, the MMDAs in the Gama area, medium, short to medium term, as what plans provide support for the ESPA organization through some credit arrangement that we're putting together between the organizations.
So you know it.
We are doing it.
That's what I'm doing. This one is an investigation, right? What are you doing here? So, look at an investigation. You need you know about that. Who is that? Who is that? Who is
He Messi, it was he who Messi. It was the minister.
He's not in charge.
The minister said,
But you are the minister of sanitation.
he.
Okay, I guess my question. Okay, let me address this. Right. So, here's my point. We've all seen possibly what ESPA and Blue Lion can do. But we have issues with him, which you know about. So when can we decide and get these things off so that if we are going to now work with the private sector or we will not work with
The issue of the things, there's no question about us disputing things issue.
it's not about being so.
Yes. I thought
It's about how to deal with the corruption that Madam
to deal with the corruption, streamline the financial system, which is what we're doing. That's why we need the National Sanitation Fund. And all those funds have to pay with that. We have to disperse the funds.
I think that we should not use this discourse.
Thank
Very
you.
important for this room. I have seen a lot of experts in the industry who are present here. They are listening to us. We want clear solutions as to the way forward. So as much as practical, complete submit. Let's go to discussion. This is where we, on the program, we have comments from Mr. Commander Paul and engineers, and then we'll get to well, I've noted all of it, so I'll come to you.
Well, thank you. I find it very interesting that we can speak for over 2 hours and very little talk about the technical aspects of this matter. Because we all recognize and we know that land filling is not sustainable. I'm happy that the minister is saying that the policy is to stop it. There is no mention of the waste hierarchy model, the fact that we need to do something about how we handle waste at the household level.
Amen.
That is very critical. In any case, Accra is predicted to produce by 2025 4,000 metric tons of waste. So now corn is almost dead. Is compost the way forward? I think it is the way. Is it the only option? Is it the only option? There are newer technologies. If you look at the literature on research in this area, it's all done from the social science perspective. Funding arrangements, we're talking about cash. What about the technological advancement that we've seen in the developed world? So those are the areas I think we should focus right now. I mean, technologies like anaerobic digestion, and you know that it can be a source of secondary power production for this country, whilst dealing with the biodegradable fraction of our solid waste. So I think it's important that we focus a lot more. I mean, he has shown waste, this is the waste hierarchy model. You can see the prevention and the minimization of waste, and so that we can build something for the future that is sustainable. I think Zoom Lion, what we have seen so far is on the right track, but I don't believe that composting alone is the answer. Because Ghana's experience with composting in the past has been largely unsuccessful. But there are new measures. Pyrolysis is there. Plasma gasification is there. Anaerobic digestion is there. So that's where the technical knowledge is required so that we can do this. But let's go down to basics. I do believe that the ministry should launch a major public education policy for Ghanaians about how we handle waste at the household level. At the household level. And we can use simple sorting and separation mechanisms. Just separate it into two streams, the wet stream and the dry stream. That will reduce the cost to the waste collectors, because for the inorganic waste, you can leave it there for 2-3 weeks without collection, and it will not cause the smell that Mr. Japon talks about.
Exactly.
The biodegradable waste, that one you need a frequency of collection. That should be able to do it. And the biodegradable waste, you can use all of it, most of it. I mean, why should we allow the traders at Agogoshi to just sweep the waste and the tomatoes together? They shouldn't. We should go and educate them so that they treat that separately. Food waste is 79% of the organic waste in that 61%. So that's where we should be heading towards. That's my little thing I can tell you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Paul. I'm a news reporter. I'd like to agree with the journalistic perspective with a lot of things Manase said, especially the issues you raised about transparency and the issues you raised about corruption. I think that on corruption we are doing sufficiently well. The CIA is looking at it. The transparency issue you raised is very important. My small departure from Manase is the fixation of deconstructing a monopoly. Not all monopolies happen on their own. Not all monopolies are orchestrated. Some monopolies happen on their own because of the ways that they deliver. McDonald's was a monopoly for them. Microsoft is a monopoly. Facebook is a monopoly. In this country, MTN has become a monopoly. So if we're looking at the sanitation problem from that angle, we have to look at the monopoly and see what we can do. In Nigeria, Dangote is a monopoly, sugar, rice, everything, and he's coming into this country. Unless we create these behemoths that we can manage, and we have to be able to manage them, our country is not going anywhere. If the monopoly comes and say, pull the monopoly down, let's divide it. It doesn't work. And it didn't work with my 2000. It didn't work. So we have to look at that and see what we can do to encourage the monopolies to create that behemoth that
Your point is made, so I think I'm ready. But I think the important thing is that, okay, so thanks very much. Number 2, ladies number 3.
Alright, so I think we've eloquently diagnosed our problems over the years. So it's simple. The solution beyond breaking the monopoly is to look at the big, fat, ugly elephant in the room, which is the way we practice our politics. That is the problem. The monopoly we have today is because of the inefficiencies of our institutions to open the tenders, make them very fixed. If we don't fix our meritocracy in this country, we will continue having fora like this every week.
I agree with you, and the comment on that is what our fellow just said. That look, we should stop this communal cleaning. We have enough laborers to clean, and people who have to manage them, if they can't do the work, we keep firing them. So we all don't have to go and clean streets. You understand?
I'm Mama Lou. That's what I go by.
Is your mic on?
It's supposed to be on. Ah, there it is. Mama Lou, that's what I go by, and that's what you can call me. Every poo deserves a loo, so toilet sanitation is what I talk about. In the whole mix of this, solution number 1, do not have another forum on sanitation without including women on the panel. You cannot address sanitation when half the population is not sitting on the panel. Solution number 2, separation by source. We have, and Pabana has mentioned that we can build energy plants with just the organic waste as energy. So I'm looking at pyrolysis, I'm looking at combustion, I'm looking at this going within a year because AXA, Turkish company, came in and built a thermal plant within a year, and it's fully operational at 380 megawatts of energy to this country. Our shit can produce energy. Thank you very much.
In researching this matter, please correct me if I'm wrong. You run the compost plant over there. Please hear me on this. There is an engineer talking about. Apparently, because we keep human waste at home and then later evacuate it and take it to the compost plant, it loses about 80% of its power to generate energy. That's the engineer we're talking about. Not tell me.
That's not what.
And I hear that, therefore, what they're trying to do
is research coming. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true.
Right. Okay.
It's not true.
The plant that is designed to deliver 500 kilowatt power. And so all the issues that the woman spoke
Mama
about,
Lou.
we have it. Mama Lou spoke about it. So it's about 500 kilowatt, 500 kilowatt power that we are giving. This is, in fact, we've got into the maximum line in the process is yet to start on that. And you can visit there and see the place.
That's Sewage Systems Ghana Limited.
So we need to engineer a sewage system better. Please, you are number 4.
Yeah.
And please introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Dr. Kwesiasa. I'm coming from the Ministry of Health. The Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Chinameh, said she will be here to give this brief comment. But she's
attending an equally important meeting. In fact, this is a very critical discussion that we are having. As a ministry,
the vision is to have a healthy population for national development. And if we have our environmental sanitation well managed, then that vision will be achieved. Look, listening at the submission, we have one key solution, and that is system approach. We can never achieve environmental sanitation if our approach is not systematic. And we have different components that we need to consider. One key component is training technical workforce. Who will do it? We have schools of hygiene established, which has been relegated to the background.
So who will do it?
The Ministry of Sanitation has been given that mandate to ensure that the schools of hygiene are well strengthened. People are trained, employed, given the necessary facilities and resources to work with.
Just a minute, please, Alec. We don't want this to be a talk show. Are you aware? Because you have the job,
Graduate from the school, they are
you
not
are aware.
employed.
Exactly.
I don't know what the president will say. My president.
No, Cabinet has taken a decision on that.
Cabinet, because I want us to know what will be done if we ever come back. We are going to hold you to it.
Cabinet has taken a
Thank you.
decision
So
on
go
that.
ahead.
Exactly.
So it's your decision. Right.
Exactly. We should have
At Kintampo.
financing resources. If you talk about national health insurance, if environmental sanitation is not strengthened, we cannot sustain the national health insurance scheme. It's an area. We should also think of enforcing public health laws.
After the thinking and everything, we are talking about doing. So I agree with you, of course. But the point is, who is going to enforce public health laws? That's the thing.
We have a ministry established to do all those things. And like I indicated, all these components should be looked at in a systematic form. If we decide to relegate any of the components to the background, we can never solve.
My view is that GTN has to enforce public health laws. I don't know if you agree. Fail. So you agree? Because seriously, the sanitation cost thing, in the discussion, you talk about people being sent to court. Okay? I don't know why we don't do the stop right thing. It's quicker, it's easier, you don't pay any other problem. You said the law. But if you do the law, let's work
the money.
So
You should have paid for it.
I just want to announce that the next month, National Sanitation Brigade will be launched. That will be portable to the council to support the possible reform. It's one of the things the president announced last year when we launched National Sanitation Campaign. It's done, next one.
There's another component to consider, intersectoral collaboration. This What I'm saying is that one ministry cannot handle the problem. One ministry cannot handle the problem. We need to collaborate. Thank you.
This is our last time. Monitor and evaluation for capacity of the I really want to say this. We can do whatever we want to do. We can break them into problems. The interest supervision rules from the district are not ready. They are going nowhere. First, I want to say, this is NC's tax performance appraisal sanitation to the one thing. Just last week, we received a message that a company, Vision Scape or Vision Samsung, is taking over from Zulu Lion. No, it's online. It's online. Vision something from Dubai, Lagos or something is taking over from Zulu Lion. It's online. You can go to it. Whether it is a fact or not,
what I just want to take over sanitation issues from Zulu. That is not my big deal. My issue here is district assemblies, you go to their budget, you see chunk of it is towards sanitation, but when it comes to realization or the money is geared towards different things altogether. So I'm saying that this is, all the metropolitan, the coordinating directors, they should be taxed as part of their performance appraisal. Sanitation should be a key appraisal key measure. Thank you.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and I think that local government really should have been here.
Well, I think that we should speak in the past. And that will help all of us. Indeed, there's a large chunk of our budget gets towards sanitation, and we spend a lot of money on sanitation. What's the minimum? So let's stick to the past. So that it is all of us.
We need more money.
Because they never say, they may not be able.
I think
But
that's
across the whole nation, it may not be the case that the funds dedicated to sanitation are actually being applied. There's more reason why we say that we have already raised the profile of sanitation at the local assembly level. Some assemblies are doing very well by virtue of where they are and the attention they're getting to the funds provided. But when you go out other advantages, it's probably not easy.
Mr. Minister, you are saying sanitation money is being misapplied. So we need to arrest that. That's what it is.
I think that there are two issues. One, we have system problems on application of funds on sanitation. But it does not negate the fact that central government and the MLTCs are pumping a lot more money into sanitation. Because for us to deal with sanitation matters all over the world, where they even have systems and they have infrastructure, they're spending close to 15% of their budget in the area of sanitation. And you are spending less than 1% and you think that you'll be able to get there. You can't get there if you are spending less money. So let us prepare and spend much more money into the areas where we think that we have to deal with the issue, and then we can solve the problem.
The point was made would be that about $3 million spent over the years about making sanitation. My point that I was trying to make earlier, was just about 1 year ago. We're trying to streamline all this. The fact of the matter is that what we've seen in the past, local government pays, this is assembly common fund pays, use of finance pays, and the assemblies also pay. All these have been brought together, streamlined in a manner where the funds should go to the GT, and then we have one sustainable sanitation fund from which disbursement will take place. And the service providers should pay regularly, at the levels that they said. We should be able to use some of those funds to apply the equipment and tools they need to be able to implement their project effectively at the local level. These are things that we're talking from a system point of view. And I was a little baffled when you said that we probably need a sanitation issue. Today we all never had the dedication, the attention given to that sector. Today we've got my faith that we put on my head to solve the problem. And we are pushing from the organization model point of view, from system point of view, to get the right result out. That's what we're doing. So all the ideas that are coming on board would help to improve the policy that we're implementing. We help to strengthen the strategic direction for us to bring the right results forward.
Because now you're saying you will watch the sanitation budget.
Very well.
We are
So we need to go
My name is Dr. I am the managing director of waste management all over the world. We know that the private partners with governments provide solutions to these things. Now, what do we do? I'm looking at a simple model. If you look at the waste cycle, we have generation, we have collection, we have transfer in some places, we have transportation, we have treatment, reuse, and landfill. We can't give that as a global. We generate the waste as we are talking now. Over 3,000 tons of waste is being generated as we are talking now. One in Accra alone now. So the point is that
The waste that is generated now, 3,000, how do we receive it? It is going into the gutters, it is going on the streets, it is going on the problem. So what I'm saying is that we must live here and we provide a bin. Is that solution? Yes. Yes. Yes.
With a capacity of 600 tons.
Yes.
You know, it's operating at 200
It's not operating.
The last time I visited,
It's operating, the capacity is 600 tons a day.
yes.
And two shifts, 300.
Are you operating?
600.
Are you operating?
We are operating optimally, yes. But of course, we have designed capacity and effective capacity. And sometimes when people come and say that the design capacity is 600 or 700, but the effective capacity is say 550, they don't understand. They say, well, the thing is designed for 600. But
And that is what it is. The last time I have not been there before. I haven't been there before. And in our interactions, we realized that you are supposed to operate at the 600 metric tons per day capacity, and you were operating 200 metric tons per day. So what is happening for you? What can we do to get us so that we can
Our capacity, I did say our capacity is 600, that is the design capacity. And the effective, we are operating at 600 capacity. Now the solution. Let me give the solution. I can say, as we are talking now, we must collect the money. The waste are going now. Somebody said we must provide beans all over the place. So, first of all, so the beans must be provided. No, now, if we live here and we put the beans on our street, it will solve the problem. Because now, if we put beans here, let's like 20 beans here. In an hour's time, you see the beans full. If those beans were not there, the beans would go, the waste would go to the street. That's the first solution. Now, the second solution is the collection. Who collects the waste? Now we are giving the waste to the people moving around and with no standards and so on and so forth. I say that some of the tricycles, they collect the waste from their households and distribute them on the streets. That's what I say. What do we do then? We must find a way of solving the problem. We need transfer stations. Somebody proposed for this transfer station. It is not enough. We must have strategic transfer stations within the city.
Thank you.
You see, anybody who operates, let me say this, anybody who operates, anybody who operates and transfer and transfer man and travels 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers to where to start, it's not economical. So transfer station. Now, after transfer station,
You see, that's the difference between men and women.
I don't believe that.
Okay? They have to
Only
be
the
in the
country or the treatment plant. I think that we must have both.
That's why you have.
I am coming from Maryland. I just landed. Of waste management. They have a waste landfill, they have a waste treatment plant, they have a composting plant to solve the problem. So you must have landfill, you must have compost plant, you must have treatment plant. So
My name is Dr. from Tanzania, Ghana. My subject perhaps goes to the mayor and the minister. I've been involved in this discourse, the one at GIPA, the one organized by Graphic Corporation, and I'm here today. There's some observation that is coming up, and I think that we need to, if we want to win the war against it, we need to check that. There's a subtle tension between the service providers and the ministry. And I think that this tension should be resolved. As of now, the government has no capacity, and let me say, no capacity in terms of collection, in terms of management to handle the waste. If you're not able to unpack the sanction has related within the two sectors is going to be very important. My second thing is about the minister's decision to study 30-year program, management plan. I think that it is important for the management, the minister to make that strategic plan available for us to scrutinize it. One would want to know what went into that strategic plan, what data informed it, and any plan that is not backed by research is based. And I think that is important for us to get it. Very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just think that with all the plans and the technical things that are being talked about, my interest is in making sure that people are educated from infancy. That's all. I just want to be practical. Infancy. If children understand that they do not litter, they grow up with it. Is that okay with you? Thank you very much.
Another woman.
Good afternoon.
There are a lot of approaches that are also going on. And we should appreciate the fact that there's a lot that has been done over the years to arrive at this situation, else it will be worse. At the whole of Usukurote at the moment, we have distributed color-coded bins for waste segregation in all the different schools within the Usukurote area. And we are working with the program because some of the service providers are very much interested in recycling and composting. So where they have their zone, it will be much easier for us also to work with them. When the service provider is not ready, we can't just supply those bins of the line. And we are also negotiating with them to be able to help. So we just want to pick this one so that we'll be able to help. Thank you.
So let's take it from the
Quickly, I think you should notice a few things because your comments want to address it. The manager of the compost system said that it's imperative that we get the base distributed. I think we have your commitment. And then he talked about collection also. Now, experts should tell us, we've already heard that the ministry has zero capacity to do the collection. And even the districts also have limited capacity. What we want is a commitment that you will find the capacity even if you have to get an expert, because that is what is the big thing. And then transfer stations, how many do we have? 2. Both belong to you. Both are yours. Yeah. So, Mr. Minister, can we have more transfer stations? Because the point is important. Yeah, I want you to make a note of it and talk about it. Even if you have to use private or public. And then he says we need both landfills and treatment plants. So you should promise us that we'll get 3 or 4. And then, please, Mr. Minister, sorry, I'm asking that. Somebody said there's a tension between ESPA, Zoom Lion and his people, and the ministry. And that is creating loss in this situation. We need you to address it. So please, the two of you should address it for us. If there's a tension, how do we resolve it so you can see our border? Yeah, ministry and ESPA. So how do we deal with it? And then you may have to make a 30-year plan available, so please tell us something about it. A lot has been said about education on waste management and separating waste. So that one, I think, falls to the ministry. So there should be some program on that, what we can see. So we'll take the next week.
I'm talking on behalf of the service providers. I'm Uncle Grady. I work for Environmental Service Providers Association, and I think I must congratulate money for this laudable platform. ESPA, I must say, when it comes to waste management, as we all know, private sector has now been giving about 80% to do 80% intervention in the assemblies. When it comes to waste management, it's a municipal service and it's for public good. It has to do with health and well-being. So if the private sector has been part of the process up to now, why can't government support the private sector now? Why is it that I must admit, and I think what Professor Asina Bedwe said is very, very right. When the new ministry came, we had so much engagement with the Ministry of Sanitation, Water, so that we can all fight this cause. But I mean, as time went on, we came up with all our issues. But a lot is going on, and it looks like the service providers have been started. So I want to make a passionate appeal to the government of Ghana. If they want to solve the sanitation problem, the service providers are there. They've been in existence for over 20 years.
What's the biggest problem of the service providers?
Currently, as we speak, we came up with a whole lot of strategies and things in place.
What's the biggest problem?
Along the line, instead of implementation, we are not seeing a lot happening.
What's the biggest problem?
Right now, my biggest problem with the government on the day is the fact that we need to support the
Support in what way? All the government needs to do is to pass and enforce a bylaw that says that you will have a dustbin and you will pay for it to collect it.
We have a system bill, our finance bills and so on. In terms of policy, services are fees for us without even looking at our cost of operations. And as I speak, we even have to go back and collect our service fees. And there's no way we can have a sustainable waste management if indeed we want our grant to be the next by 2020. So we have many challenges. When we bring in our logistics, the 2,000 power, we have to pay taxes. We don't have that much subsidies. We have so many challenges as far as working with the services are concerned. Yes. And municipal service, and that should be taxed. That should be taxed. In the past, government don't all the choice.
They said there was a tension between ESPA. This is ESPA, right? You are president of ESPA. And the Mr. Minister, honestly, I agree. I don't see why people die of cholera in Ghana and you tax equipment used to clean the country. I think you should agree. No, I'm making, you have time to talk, but I'm saying, no. It says there's tension between ESPA and you, and I'm saying this is an important point, and I added my voice. So please make a pronouncement on that. I think you and ESPA, we have to come back and let them tell us how to settle their wahala. I think your point is good. Please, it's a very long time.
He's here.
So
He's here. Yeah.
So my name is Julia. I represent Employee College. And this is to the minister and to the mayor. Growing up, you had no right to keep rubbish in your house. There was a system where, AMA task force will come around and make sure that your house is not dirty. I don't see that happening. It's been over 10, 15 years. It's not happening. And it still boils down to enforcing the law. So please, Mr. Mayor, get the task force people and make sure that we don't keep our houses filthy and our gutters dirty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Raphael, the CEO of SEDUCOM. SEDUCOM is the acronym for Sanitation Education for the Community. We're based in Dansoma. I have two suggestions. We all know the number of rubbers that we carry as package from the Wate seller and then the Kogu seller every morning. If there can be some kind of enforcement that when you are going to buy Wate or Kogu, go with school flags or use the local name, which is the Wate name. I think with this, if there should be enforcement that everybody, when going to buy Wate, go with food flags or go and then use the Wate name. And then second, there should be law enforcement. There should be done on any social gathering during sanitation day. Because when it is set for sanitation, before you realize there is funeral, outdooring, social gathering, activities, and people don't pay much attention to the national sanitation. Thank you.
My name I have two concerns to raise. One to my senior brother, Honorable Nada, and then another to my younger brother, Manasseh. Honorable, I see you have a resolve to take the YA sweepers management to the assembly. I just want to caution that you may do it successfully, but the assemblies may disappoint you. If you help me, just check the Auditor General's report. They always do not do good in financial management. Thank you. With my younger brother Manasseh, I like him so much because he is one of the greatest people from our region, Upper East. So I follow him all the time. Whatever he writes, I read it. There's one thing that people say a lot about him in the Upper East region. It's about segregation to it. Okay, so what I'm saying is, Manasseh, you have written so much. You like the way you try to check corruption. You have written so much about waste management companies, especially the Johnson Group. When will you write about their good side so that we can know what good you do against the bad side? Representing myself. Listening to the panel, I got a bit frustrated. In other fact, I'm having headache because of all what I'm doing. First and foremost, I observed that we have a disjointed system. The system that we're working with now is disjointed. And that's so frustrating because we have the ANA boss telling us what he's not in control, what he cannot do, expressing powerlessness in the face of the problem. And you have the Minister of Sanitation also showing similar frustration. Now, if these two big men or middlemen are this frustrated in the face of our problem, then you can imagine the state of the problem we have. In other words, I don't believe that the beaches, the bad beaches in terms of the film at the beaches, on the street and stuff are the problem. They are just symptoms of our problem. The real problem is of a broken system. A system that is not working. And it's reflective of the state of our minds and people. I suggest that, one, we need to look at the way we do our politics. One, the nature of our politics makes it difficult to enforce laws at certain stages. Especially when ANA boss, I remember when Eddie Blancy was in power. He got the street clear, got demonstration, people out of that place, closed the election, the people were made to come back, and he went to dance with them. But of course, had a similar problem when he was there. Now, yes, that is all that enforcement. But what I want to say is that we should not just leave them, we should not just leave enforcement to them. We need to, the media needs to do a lot of work. No, the media, but if the media is engaged, but if we don't hold our duty bearers accountable, they can't support the law. They are there. But it's our job to let them work. Second, when it comes to attitudinal issues, very often we say, well, actually people. Whose job is it to direct the attention of people towards the vision of the nation? that involves with education as well. So public education, that's not DVC. People don't even pay TV licenses or something. But because of public education, which media are we using to educate the public? So, we should make sure that there is, we can't force the private media to do public education. So, the media, the government must make sure that it's educating citizens to be able to live according to how it is demanded. Yes, it's not a priority. Priority as a nation. To what priority are we giving to sanitation as a nation? Recently, I had a news that those who are attending Hajj to Saudi Arabia, they'll be given 1,000 cities, $30 subsidy to attend Hajj to go and increase the country's revenue of Saudi Arabia. We are the Minister of Sanitation who is worried about the fact that we don't have funds. We can't even pay July and those people very well. Why should we then be investing money in religious pilgrimages, taking Christian pastors and prophets to Israel and then taking people? No, why we don't need money.
My name is PC Public Service. I'm actually the general manager for TNG, the business council in China, and CEO for Max Multimedia in Denmark. I've listened to the forum and whatever the speakers said, and then some contributions, and I feel it is very important that when we are dealing with issues like sanitation, any other issue of national concern, with my experience outside the country, I believe that there are some situations where we need to separate most of the institutions away from government. We do more of politics. One of my brothers just spoke about we politicizing every single thing that we do. You just imagine if I am the CEO of Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and I'm being appointed by the government. Obviously, I will do stuff that will benefit the government. But within the institution, there might be some investigative journalists among them that will want to probe into certain things and bring it out. It is a national television, okay? Very good. And then, when government is supporting the private sector, you don't just take the fund. You give the fund and you do a monitoring system too. You just follow up. Okay, fine, we're giving $2 million amounts, okay, as service charge. How much are they paying the workers? Who is monitoring how much is being paid the workers? Because you don't just come here and say, okay, the workers are not being paid, so they just leave the work and go. No. After giving the money to Lion, did you follow up? Did you check anything? Did you do any monitoring evaluation to check out how much they are paying their workers and how much they are also taking as service charge? So these things are very important. We need to help the private sector, very good. But when we are helping them, we need to follow up in whatever we do. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Richmond, representing for the First Century Initiative. Mr. Soa, please, there is a company that is into recycling, and they are buying waste from outside this country. That's the problem. They package the waste like post bales, they put it in long vehicles, and they bring it to the country, they sell it to them. And after they have recycled, some of these plastic waste are coming back onto our streets. So please do check on that. But I'm going to assist to... You have this? Yes, I have that information. I've been there. It's at second. That we need to... Let me go to... All right, my next issue is that plastic waste constitutes most of the waste we find on the streets. And I myself have made a block out of the plastics. So we can actually use the plastics to do a lot of things and benefit from it. And also, I would like the media to help us go into more education. Some of the media is not all free, not all public. That's right. So maybe the state-owned media can help us.
Let's do more education. But this business of DBC should do whatever it is. I think it's a business thing. Okay.
All right. So my next point is also we should begin to inform like our first speaker spoke of, we should let the church be more proactive in this education so that we can solve the problem.
Thank you very much. My name is Fabrice and I'm an associate consultant. I was on the platform. I've been listening and I think two issues here. I've heard the contracts being done by the private service providers being described as a PPP. And then I've also heard some other aspects of the service delivery being fee and performance-based contract. For PPP, the service provider profits from innovation, and I've seen a lot of innovation being. The service provider actually takes the risk of putting in a lot of investment to be able to make profits and money out of it. Is that what is being done? We need to check. But I think it's not PPP that is being there. It's more or less a fee and performance-based contract. So if you want to go towards the end of the PPP, then you need to understand the contracts along this line. Secondly, if the contracts are structured into the PPP arrangement, then it has to be conditioned for all those things that were said by, for example, in terms of segregating the way. This has to be conditioned in the contract. So that when the tenders are being tendered, people who have the technology who can bid. Currently, it's about just tender to collect. I mean, store, I mean, to collect transport and dispose. That's what it's there. So it has to be treated in such a way that companies who want to go into technology can also be given the chance to come. Currently, the tenders that they have put there doesn't allow those companies to come. So these are some points which I want the ministry to know so that they can be treated in those PPP contracts. Let's move away from this fee and performance-based contract. This was done so many years ago. But we've seen that the next time has capacity to be able to move into more investment, more innovation, and make profits out of the whole. I don't know about that part. No, I'm an assistant consultant. Because I hear you say we should make a distinction between PPP, okay, and fee and performance-based contract. Currently, that's the contract. We are doing both. All right. Some are PPP, some are PPP. You answer that question. Thank you very much. I think we are.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Anda. I'm a reporter in the sanitation campaign in the security campaign. What I would like to suggest to the sanitation ministry is that we educate and sensitize the younger ones and also people to know the benefits of segregating our waste to the extent that even common Toyota sachet rubber could be used for bags. And I've already started in the security campaign and I go to schools, educate them on the benefits. This is what I and my team have got. That common pure water sachet rubber could be used as bags. And the sanitation ministry, I would love to bring this to your notice that currently, it's business. We educate. What we do is educate and also employ people to work. That is reducing unemployment rate in the secondary country.
My first solution is we should have a look at our sewage drainage system in terms of city planning. If we hope to prevent disasters like the circle flooding and the fire outbreak and stuff like that, we should take a look at how we plan our communities, right from the local government stage. We should take a look at how we will build proper. Better city planning? Yes, better city planning. Yeah. So that because we are seeing that foreign countries have infrastructures in place. for the drainage system, when it goes to other countries, they are made in such a way that. Yes. Then the second one is, at the start of the program, the minister was saying that his ministry had the mandate to formulate policies in the sector. I want to say that policies are overrated. Mostly, the minister himself and even the mayor lament about how they don't get funds to do things in the sector. My point is, the ministry is the government or the people. The ministry is to solve the priorities. So the ministry should focus on getting funds and leave the policy making to the mayor. Because the mayor is closer to the people, he is even in a better position to form policies. Okay.
Actually, the gentleman is quiet, the last person, so let's ask you then.
Thank you. Yeah. My name is Philip. I'm from Media Center for Social Justice. My question or my solution is that can we advocate for community service as part of the sanitation court? The kind of fines that we give out. Can we advocate for? Absolutely. Yes, so you will agree rather than giving them fines and
Mr. Leo.
Yeah.
And then you have to do the law for that.
Yeah, and then also as part of the 30 years sanitation plan, do we have a plan to ban plastic bags? Is it part of the
So that's the question for the minister.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be lying and most of the thoughts in my head. My name is I think we need a major paradigm shift in the way we value the environment. This exercise is taking place in the environment. The environment is key. And the solution that I think some of the solutions that is the other ones that have been progressed already. Take the environment as number one. If we human beings don't treat the environment well, nature will always find solutions to these problems and it will become extinct. So in our policy setup, environment should be one. All other human endeavors take place in the environment. And now, this to actualize it, the Ministry of Education should involve this in the curriculum from kindergarten. Toddlers must be taught about the value of the environment. We, the elder ones, our roots are made and we are intransigent. The laws must be applied to straighten us out. And I'm very happy. The last 2 weeks, I'm seeing a lot of action in that area. Now, for long-term sustainability, we can also look to nature. If we look at the water cycle, there are self-sustaining cycles. Things that go on. In business, we should also promote and encourage innovation so that we stop looking at waste as waste. We look at it as a resource. And then it's an industry. Thank you. The other day, about a month ago, in PNSD, it was stated that it's about over 5.
Honestly, you know that.
Right, that's fine.
No way about waste. So the thing is, what do we do?
Yes, what we do is to encourage innovation so that we, all of them, we transform the proposed into useful products. And then
all the ways in so he should share his experience with us and not introduce yourself as a private.
I think because I believe that the result of what you do, well, once you said it, I'll give an example.
No, you know, again, because of that, because everybody.
What I want to say is that waste is a resource.
And then I don't collect the waste. I'm usually on the resource to waste more money.
Yeah, so,
but I think your point is good. The thing is to have practice that can compare what we consider waste in that result. That's what we don't have. Everybody stop. Yes, but how the practice? People talk about separating waste and source. We talk about having bins, talk about evacuation. He has a compost plant, we need to use it. So I think our people understand exactly good. So we just need
what I wanted to comment on is that all what we do, there are professional aspects to it. And there are certain systems and that are cycling and self-sustaining. And emphasis must be placed on those things. And the foundation is segregation at source, which shouldn't be open-ended, whereby you just collect, go and throw away. If 150% of the waste that takes place is waste, can be segregated at source and then use the product. And it will reduce also the cost for its management. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Sam, and I represent the Green Ghana Army, a sanitation-based NGO. What we feel is that the sanitation problem in Ghana now, it has got to a point that the media must embrace this fight and attack it like how they attack the Galamsey. Just as we have media coalition on Galamsey, we should have something like media coalition on sanitation, whereby they will make so much noise for people to know that it's time to change their attitude. Actually, if they are to change their attitude and they do not litter around just as it's being done now, the problem will be 70% solved. We also have the policy makers. They have to implement the sanitation laws. Let's just get people, put them before the courts, and let them pay fines and things. We shouldn't just mention it as something like this. Right from here, the laws must be implemented. Also, there are seasonal change. Let's ask people have also mentioned going to the schools from the basic level. We can even get 3 years to put it into a curriculum of the students that they will be trained on how to practice good sanitation measures. And also now in Ghana, people revere their pastors even more than the president and the ministers. So let's get the pastors, they should always preach when the amount they are putting on, they should preach on good sanitation and Ghanaians will embrace it. Yes. We also heard about the lower micron plastic.
You're doing all the things we hear. You're the leader.
So just as the lower micron plastic is to ban, let's enforce it and also get it banned.
Thank you very much for the motion. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul. I come from the Coalition of Muslim Organizations. I'm a researcher by profession. I just want to inform members here that when the waste bins was being brought to my house, the compound house in Lima, I rejected it. So for the simple reason that we have not built a culture of waste separation. So some of those who collected the bins, the waste will be in the bins for close to 1 month. There is no collection, and the whole stage takes all over the house, the compound house. But for me, I have developed a culture of waste separation already. I have a daughter who's only 10 years. She even comes home with a sachet water in her bag. I use just a simple sachet bag, and we have the cans, the bottles, and everything. And for 2 months, sometimes you don't even dispose of the waste because it doesn't smell. So I just want to plead with the policymakers. There should be enough investment in education.
Okay.
It's very, very key.
No, we have run out of space, so we need to really compress.
Then, just a suggestion to the mayor. I don't know the bylaws, but I want to suggest that we should have all food joints, those who organize, event organizations, they should employ sanitation staff. Any food joint, the big food joints, they should have to separate the waste.
Okay. So waste separation, yeah. So we should just make sure we try and get to that place where we will take the right and take your rest of that.
Good afternoon. My name is Dora Lawler from Obonu FM, and I'm also representing Sokarakai, a non-governmental organization. There is a thing here that there is no two lands, pure or impure in itself. The purity of the land depends on the mindset of the people. So for me, I think if we are able to change our mindset, then these sanitation issues will be solved.
Right.
And then education. We can also employ the S-Startup initiative, which is aimed at sustaining our environment. So when we educate people with these initiatives, I think we could change our mindset and this sanitation issue.
Thank you. education mindset.
Okay, so I took my time to listen to all the panels, and I must say they did very well. But on my part, I would like to commend Dr. Japon for his presentation. I must say that I really love the presentation. To tap into his knowledge and then listen to his innovations and ideas and work on them. And then the media should stop the criticisms and then they're really fine.
I think the main problem we have is when we school up with land-bound team. So to me, I think if they can bring a board charter, maybe just take July for instance, you buy for a whole year. When it's about time collecting the waste, you paste it on your dashboard so that it can work. Secondly, I think we need to restructure our educational system. If you look at our degree, our educational system and our institutions, look at our degree program, there is no specific something talking about like sanitation engineering or those kind of stuff. And we need to also, in so doing, we can give internship mandatory or maybe a service start to work with a waste company. So how to bring
Thank you very much. I have a few concluding remarks to make. And listening through all the presentation, I realized that the private sector is responsible for 90%. And from what you know, the private sector has been given a lot of support so far. So it should be part of the problem. When it's part of the problem, it can be part of the solution. So going forward, I want the ministry, the assemblies, or whoever is in charge to monitor. Now, the contracts in the sanitation sector are like fixed. It is not performance-based. The contract is fixed. At the end of the month, somebody is supposed to take some amount of money. And when that is done and there's no supervision, then what does it get done? I would also want to respond to someone who is asking when I would tell the positive side. I must say I'm a journalist and I am very critical of the things I write. And there's a misconception there out there. I really do not get so much because I know what I do and why I do it. If you see me from Monday to Sunday, you see me in African Praise. I took this decision in 2011. I used to wear ties and dresses. I gave all to my brothers and I said, if I take my money and buy the material, and let someone shows it here, I'm investing in the local economy, I'm giving someone a job. So I would not be happy for a local sanitation company to be overlooked for another company from China or India to come and take that job. That's my principle. I also not just want to sing praises and look at the whole issue critically. So as journalists, we are trained to be very critical, and just something came up here. See the presentation is very impressive. Lavida will walk on it. But that is not to say we should also not question the cost it comes to the state. When we started, the mayor is convinced that the compost plant processes 200 tons, and the manager is saying they do 600. It's very difficult to get any independent confirmation. So my point is, we should make it a point to tie all these contracts to performance. We can support the private sector in whatever we have to do. But the current arrangement, it is in the interest of the private sector players that the system is streamlined, that it's transparent. From the way things are now, I don't see the private sector being sustainable. If we allow these arrangements to stand, we should get to a point that without the government, they can still stand on their feet and work. And that cannot happen if we want to try to cover up on a few things. We don't know how much we are paying for the compost. I don't know how much we are paying for that. But I know the answer is here. The thing is, I'll just all interrogate it. And at the end of the day, we all go out informed. That's all that's all that I mean. We should have value for money. When that happens, our country will be clean, people will be paid well for the services, and we'll all be happy.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lee, you said many things about the things you are going to do. So, to wrap up for us, I wish we will promise that we will come back and take reforms.
I think so. I think that there appears to be an focus for a lot of issues that are come out. Probably in our next conversation, we should be able to do a targeted discussion so that at the end of the day, we'll see how we have dealt with that subject matter. Of cholera, and I just want to remind you that almost all the statistics that we tell out the latest have been 2015, and we seem not to be focusing on the present figures that we are watching. The last cholera which was reported was in 2015, and as a result of the intervention in the liquid waste management from 2016, 2017, and 2018, Accra has not reported a single cholera case. We should be seeking the also positive side as well. The dwelling of the negativities appears that there is no action. There has been a lot of intervention. I have given you a whole scenario about liquid waste, and we have excess capacity to manage liquid waste. Because that's how we were ranked in the Accra being the 30th city, and we are changing the story. So how us to change the story through the intervention and things that we have done? The enforcement mentioned by the Olympic, I think that is a challenge. We are working hard towards it, and we need to double up. I agree, we need to double up, and we'll be able to double up because in all the things that we are talking about, with all the plans, if we don't enforce, if we don't beat people the line, I've heard a lot about education, education. But in every city where everything is managed from, it's about enforcement. If the enforcement authority enforces the law to the letter, you will comply. It's not just about education. We know that what we are doing is wrong, but we keep doing it because nobody is checking us. So enforcement is very key. We have to be talking about it. Community work as a way of punishment by the courts. But I don't control the courts. The judiciary, as you know, is independent, and they have I've just received a message that the chief justice will start a greater account, and she would like to pass my office 9 o'clock on Wednesday. So I'm sure that I'll probably keep that the public card that as a way of punishing offenders of sanitation related matters, also recommend community service. The contracts that are signed, usually I work with my assembly. We have signed a fee and performance-based contract. So that's the contract that we have. And we have clear KPIs which we are reviewing. So there are key performance indicators which clearly states what you are supposed to do. The KPI gives a responsibility to each partner. There are instances that the city authority have not been able to meet our KPI, same as the service providers as well. So we signed a fee and performance-based contract to declare key performance indicators which very clear to all of us. But we need to continue to review it and then be able to address the issues. In my introductory remarks, this is Accra, this is where all the issues are. And I did mention of immediate things that are supposed to be done. The medium-term issues and the long-term issues. We seem to be playing around a lot of issues of education, placing dustbins. If you place dustbins by the roadside, I subscribe to the view that the dustbin by to the household. And I've indicated that it is part of the polluter pay system that every household should have a disposable bin. That's a dustbin. And that's what we are working on. what the challenge has always been is that if it is the cost of the service provider, how does it spread it over a period of time so that the household will also pay for it? That's what we are negotiating with the service providers. Because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay. And it is the beneficiary who is supposed to pay. The polluter is the one supposed to pay. I also, that's the one. So I said that we need to intensify our polluter pay system, which is also captured in our 2009-2010 sanitation strategy. I also indicated that with the public risk, and that is very, very problematic because we clean the city at night and you have to dispose it off. By the following morning, you also see people reaching the streets, which the enforcement comes in. But when we have total control also of the YPA, we'll be able to deploy them and be able to say that these are the areas that we are supposed to be in charge. And it appears that YPA is supposed to be an employment agency, the same agency that is controlling everybody. So once you don't have total control, that's how come that same place will also spend some money to hire other laborers to be able to play. Ordinarily, with the numbers that we are playing with in Accra, it does not make sense for me to go and hire additional laborers to be cleaning the street of Accra with the numbers that we have. So we need to look at it critically. If indeed that is going to be, and I want to find out dealing with that matter in the sanitation brigade that will be deploying all kinds of people onto the street. It's important we tie that particular note. It's important because of public policy. Because for us as a city authority, we need to make sure that the four areas that we are talking about, the public policy, the household, the communal container that we have, all these areas are serviced by the service providers, and we have to look at it. I also indicated, so I added that if it is about indebtedness to the service providers, I mean, at the top level, they should deal with it. But we want control over the laborers that do the public policy, and then make sure that if they are paid, even the payment will be channeled to us. It is very important because, as I say, who pays the piper for the tune? If I don't pay the I want all the tune. I will be forced to also employ some other people, and it comes to me at a cost. I have also said that the landfill site that we have must be operational for 24 hours. That is an immediate term which is non-negotiable because the issue about waste sorting, waste segregation, and all of this, they have medium-term issues. There's something like that at the moment. Although we have dealt with the matter extensively, but we need to find a way of collecting the waste at the moment. So for me, the critical issue is about collection and disposing it off. Then we can talk about segregation at source, all these things. They are very, very nice things that we are talking about. But we'll come to them as a video measure. But now, we need to be able to collect the waste and go and dump it at the landfill site. Number 5, which I also indicated as an immediate measure, is the fact that we need to retool our waste management because the service providers focus on the household collection. And we have central containers that in informal settlements, they also dump over there, and some areas that we need to give intervention. And that is where the waste management department from the assembly, with the necessary tools that we have, will be able to intervene. Because the service provider cannot go and collect the waste at the central container for free, or go and collect waste at somewhere also for free. It needs to be able to get a space. So we need to deal with these 5 issues now. The medium-term issues that I'm talking about, the transfer station, which the minister will talk about, because I'm aware that with the World Bank facility, there's going to be additional transfer stations to be created, to be constructed within the city center, and also to have an alternative engineered landfill site. The coal landfill site, as shown by clearly you could see that it's not something that we will have to go. I'm sure by this side we should have maybe closed it. But we are using it temporarily. So the ministry are aware that it's working hard on that particular, but it should be done very, very fast so that by next year, when that facility is closed down, we will not come back to also be dealing with it. In conclusion, there's a lot that we have done within the past 1.5 years. But when I came to office, there were 42 illegal dam sites in Accra. One is Sokoto, yes, in Parcel, and many other areas in Accra. About 90% of that site has been closed down to today. About 90% have been closed down. We've evacuated the refuse, we've closed it down. So you don't see the heaps of refuse that you see in Accra. What you see are the small refuse that we also call, which is also problematic, because we want to attain the stage of a very clean city. So that has to be done. So there's a lot that we have also done over the period for you to know that coverage has been increased from 20% to now that we have 75%. And that is very, very commendable. Thank you very much.
On your issue, if you ever come back or if you do everything, please note this. You see, we used to have that Transit Council. You are now accounted for political authorities. I am aware that your laws that allow you to have land guards also collect fines can do this about land guards. Yes, sorry. City guards. And do this about not be reviewed, not to my knowledge. So please check on that one.
I have the people I can show you.
I tell you, I guess making a point like
we get to see the law in 1995. As I speak to you, we have reviewed it. We've sent it to Attorney General. Attorney General is giving us feedback. By the process, we have to send it to RCC. Once RCC gives the go ahead, they will tell you that we have reviewed and completed. So it's on record that we have reviewed it. I just want to say facts. Thank you very much.
What can I open the education and that's it? Please.
Thank you very much. On open education, as the mayor mentioned, we deployed some light-skilled toilets program, 11,000 toilets construction workers, contractors. By the end of the year, we showed you the community opening one 8,000 coming to Mexico. Just to begin on that. Now let me go back and represent some of the issues that we raised. On the matter of private sector support, well, it goes without saying that by virtue of the fact that we are committed to support private sector, there's no way that we're going to turn our back on ESPA or either the private players. Indeed, talk about my personal experience. I don't think it's a Zoom I can talk about. Zoom I about me. I literally created when I was personally. The point is that I didn't make that strong recommendation to reinvest the money back in the person, which is definitely why. It's not fast. So there's no way we are going to spend it. But we're going to do this to do the work. So we are in collaboration with ESPA. I'm surprised by the issue of attention to the business of ESPA. Because we started the ministry, we work with them nearly on a weekly basis, meetings with them. All of a sudden they stop coming. No, he's not ESPA. Zumland is not ESPA. ESPA is not Zumland. ESPA is environmental service provider. It's more than just Zumland. The other things are smart. The one who just came was from the son of ESPA. So let's not mix things up. I'm sorry.
Do you have issues with them?
I don't have issues with them. I don't know.
So there's no
We engage them on all the stakeholder sessions. We solicited ideas from them on how to bucket the policy and strategic direction. We're all ready to work with them. And we are at the level where we're now trying to get some validation for all players to buy into that. And that's where I think that we need to come back here and let everybody be part of the forum to represent what we have prepared by way of strategic plan.
Participants in this sector?
This sector, in this forum, whoever else wants to be part of it. So I would recommend to Imani to work with us for us to have a forum where we come and do full-scale presentation on the big impact measures, the medium-term strategic plan, and then the 30-year roadmap on the sanitation. The good thing is that as we speak, every Ghanaian is concerned about sanitation. Everybody wants to address it. I don't think
come to the level that it's come to today. So having created the ministry, the president has made the right decision. It's brought the attention of sanitation to everybody's doorstep, and I've been put in charge. And it's my job to try and bring everybody into the fray as well, and ensure that we do the right and get all the ideas together and be able to roll out a roadmap to deliver on this agenda. We are set to deal with that. As to the YEA matter and the problem with the waste seen visibly every part of the street. Again, I go back to when Zuma was created, the media program came to be, sanitation module was rolled out. It was very clear, very simple. All the shipments were under the local authorities. That's it. Because I remember we had a discussion that I said, no, as we see that government is also creating jobs for the government and women. So let them work directly under local authorities, and then they pay, then they go out there and deliver and come back and collect the money at the end of the month. Things have changed, for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe it was for good reason. But I'm asking them to do something that they, those workers have to go back to their families, for them to proceed. Whether it's 500 citizens that pay for, whether it's 100 citizens being paid to them, or 100 citizens being paid to them, well, that
why you should go to stop?
YA is a recruitment agency that should engage the people, hand them over to the local assemblies for them to oversee the work. They will be in control, they'll be able to decide where 5, 10, 7 people go, in what direction, what way, and what work they do and so on. And that if there's any claim, if the head of the government and assembly being an agency of the government, we have to work out to ensure that people are paid. So the Zoom members have to stay 2 years without being paid, or 7 months, whatever period. And then things are held back, and there was busy, visible, and those things are done. Capacity at the local level, one of my young friends mentioned that we should be careful about the MMPs, their local capacity. Yes, their local capacity very good. But that doesn't mean we should stop being new to them. I think they have all the experience of managing those workers. They've done it before. All we have to do is effective monitoring and supervision. The private sector side, we have to support all the collection, transportation, sorting, plus waste, and to clean up the streets. Either 5 years. I'm telling you what I do. Private sector should be able to have the equipment to collect waste, quickly send it to transfer station, process it, deliver it in terms of value added products. That's my view. As the day-to-day operations, as the mayor and the city should be able to receive the clean. We've done that before. 2006, when I signed up with Zuma, that's what we did. We went on for a long time with Sanitation when they came up to Zuma. I'm looking at things that and I've made it clear to you. That's why they said I criticized them. I didn't criticize them. I just made my point on that. That's the best way I think to do this. As to support them, I said this to others, to do other things that I think they are well able to be able to do. If you still need to support them, we should go ahead and support them. But they should be well-resourced to be able to rapidly collect waste, transfer to where it was transferred, we sort it out, and then process at the final disposal site. That's where I think they're supposed to come. As to the public education bit of it, yes, when we do the presentation today here, we know that education is one key part. Whatever we need to do to change attitudes of the people. We need the launch of national sanitation campaign made last year by the president, made that very clear. And we are just about rolling on that. And everybody just has humanity. One government member that did, the government, rapid cooperation, and Zuma, and Omni, that came together, and also small organization. These are some things that we're rolling out. Ghana Independent Public Association, leading by the information issue, spearheading the program that we will take to every person of Ghana on public education. As the situation which we are, as said before, that I'm very optimistic about the way forward. All of us are here united. I hate to say we thought, but I'm sure we'll be united in presence. And the roadmap is very clear. We're all together. But we must deal with this systematic manner. Using the organization, which is what we in this have been working on. And we are set, we're confident that we've got all the modalities in place. All we're waiting for the resources to come in regularly, whether it's coming from central government, whether we're raising through the sanitation, sustainable funding, by you and I being as soldiers, all those mechanisms are part of the for you to go for us to get a contribution. For us to unite for that solution, to make
the previous country in the world. Not the previous.
The last issue. Will you take the summer of the dustbins and saying, please go ahead, let's talk? Is it a question or something?
Ask me this question before, and I told you that we do that everywhere.
So will you take
That's
the
what we have. My senior brother who's now special position. We don't want to feel that.
No, we are here committing. You know,
the point is that let's go to the right step.
No problem. But in the meantime, what do we do?
In the meantime, let's do what we have. We begin to buy some more but I can't go and take 1 million out of tomorrow and sell it to you. Knowing that it's still the okay. So let the conclusion, let me thank all of you and ask for your support for us to work together on this agenda in Ghana. There's no problem between the ministry and the service provider. We, the government, have made provision to equip the service providers and also to equip the entities to make sure that they are able to. We will remain policy focused in the level of putting together the modalities to monitor what is going on in the country. Thank you very much.
And also the money for this forum. What I only want to say is that we are all Ghanaians. We have our country, we have a national rights to anything. And that is why this forum is more concerned about sanitation and sanitation. Let's try out of what we saw. The president made a statement that when we have a problem in this country, our first reflex is to look for a Ghanaian solution. The private sector in this country has done a lot to the service of this nation, sacrificing, supporting, and developing. And I think that when we compare the support that the private sector gets compared to foreign companies, it's very minimal. The encouragement and support over the years, foreign companies get something guarantees, raise funds, so many things. Foreign companies work, and the local companies don't get that. So whatever they have done at a certain level, they must be encouraged, they must be supported, they must be ahead. And I think that's how America built America, German built Germany. So Ghanaians will build Ghana. Whenever there's any change of government, the private companies suffer politicization, victimization, and encouragement to move ahead. This must stop. This country cannot move forward with that kind of idea. What our country is that Lion and this party, the private companies, have invested themselves in this country. After all, wherever we got, we invested in this country. The other companies that country take the money back. And so this is what I only want to say, that we must look at it. Whatever we have done in the sector of sanitation, we did it for this country, not our own person. Nobody goes a compost plant or transfer station or a dustbin plant to produce the dustbin for himself and his family. It is for the nation. So whatever has been done, must look at it and see how that is being useful for this nation, so that Ghana, as a united country, can move forward. That is the private sector's passion. That's entrepreneurs. As for we entrepreneurs, we innovate, we create, and look at other opportunities and see how they will solve problems. On similar, I will always say that this is a company that is corruption. Because they are no concern everything. They did that before. We are all already. It is in the it is very clear. On the internet, has similar in charge. Is it corruption? As for perception, it's everybody's opinion. We can have perception about a company, but they're ready to talk much. Has the company been charged? Has he been arrested? This issue also is for clarity. Everyone must look at this and look at it. I would say that the contract that we have with the YU is a public document. And honorable minister signed the first one. I brought it to you. It is for we to pay the workers. It is not as the workers going to pay to YU. The contract is here, 2006. He signed it. It is here. They say in the way of finish, come and take it and read it loud. Go, I can give it to you. Whether it was supposed to go to we pay and see. Sometimes when he says that he should get back, as if he did something different and it's a change. What he did is here. read the responsibilities and everything. It is here, clear. So I want things to be very, very clear that we have not done anything. We have done a very good service to this nation, and the private sector needs to be encouraged, needs to be supported. We have worked sometimes 2 years, we are not being paid. When we are not paid, nobody talks about it. When we are in debt, nobody talks about it. When we are doing things for nation and support, nobody talks about it. They're dragging 2 years, they are not being paid, nobody talks about it. I think that they're not. We are involving people. We are developing this nation. Let us support them. Let us develop them. And I think we can help. I think that this sanitation, we have invested a lot. We are going to solve and to solve. Thank you.
How many
talk about them having a contract with the workers? There's a clear distinction between supervising and managing the supers. So the payment was done by youth employment program. Payment of the supervisors and the managers was done by the Zoom bank. That's the situation.
You know, I get it, but I think.
And finally, let me say this. When we have a presentation here, or a forum of us, Mr. Nete Jimmy, Mr. Tupoli Jimmy, the big player, the correct. Nobody seems to know about until the mayor waits and people seem to know. I think ESPA is a common employee that all of the issues presented. The good presentation. State something in there that everyone will have a picture, will know what's going on. Whether Sanarusu is here, whether Asabu is here, whether Jimo is here, let's have an idea of that. So they take the hit away for Zuma all the time. I think it's only Zuma that's super. There's some regional competition. We made it the previous player and the other players. So you should also not be expert. Make sure that you come here to be able to present your case to other players so that they know that they should. Thank you.
I think our next round must be just for the industry people so we can really knock out what each person must do because we have to solve this problem. Right, okay, it's time now for me to invite Selom. Selom is going to give us a wrap up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've taken a lot of your time from the morning till now. Most of you are shifting into the kitchen for lunch. Lunch will be served at the cafeteria on my left-hand side, and then so for those of you who are participating and having sugar loads, you can go and have some little refreshments outside there. My name is Saul Bright, I'm the Vice President, Honorary Vice President of Imani, and we have, as part of our passion, looking at some of these issues that we have with sanitation. I think that at the end of the day, we can all agree on certain things that we need to have an idea of how to drive forward the capacity in the sanitation that we have. We need to look at sanitation as an industry. We also need to look at how best to ensure that the controls that exist in that should be existing in the sanitation industry and in the practice of food sanitation should be observed, and also the laws. And then we also have an idea that we need to do much more in terms of education when it comes to running sanitation in this country. So at this point in time, I would like to thank you all for coming, and we look forward to sharing with you our conclusions based on what has been done here to help with the policy and the discussions going forward. This is not the end of the discussion. This is the beginning of a new paradigm that we as Imani wish to begin to spread forward for the nation to look up to, for the industry to benefit from, the government to benefit from, and for society and all of us as people who are part of this society to be able to benefit from the situation that we all have ourselves in. The country is growing, the population is growing. We need to ensure that we will have the right solutions that will ensure that we leave something for posterity, for those who are coming, so that they get to know that we, when we were in charge, we made things possible for them to come to. Thank you very much.